Alright, today we're going to talk about the Voynich manuscript, the cipher, and the compendium. This is a compilation of my articles from 2024 and 2025 combined. The body of my work, the majority of it, is from June of 2024. I have an updated glossary from 2025, however, I will be updating it shortly with a lot of interesting glyph translations and decipherments that really help snap everything together as far as not just the linguistics, but the actual content, the metaphysical aspect of the Voynich manuscript. So there's about 332 pages to my book, which is what we're reviewing right now. This is the most up-to-date version. This is the Dalai Lama version. You can find that on ingramspark.com, but also on Amazon. Amazon's quicker to ship, so I usually try to refer to Amazon first. This is the cover for the most up-to-date. So if you see the other cover, it still has the same plant, but it's slightly darker and has maroon on the edges. That is not the one that you want. You want this one. This one's the most up-to-date. Yes, so I do like to go back on live, and that way other people can come across the information. Plus, I continue to decipher, and I also talk about the new information that I have found. If it gets a little redundant for you, you're more than welcome to, you don't have to watch it. I'm not forcing you to watch it, but I just will tell you that there is some new information I found in the past 2 days. And I would like for you to, you can sit and chat and ask questions. And sometimes also, I may not be as clear in previous lives, and so I'd like to go back over the same information and maybe answer something a little bit differently, if that makes sense. Okay, so I have other papers pulled up here that I recently have done. I'm going to talk about the upcoming curatorium. Awesome, yeah. So I'm going to talk about the upcoming curatorium book. This is going to be ordinal pagination primus. So the Voynich manuscript is divided into 20 sections. Technically it's not 20 sections, but it goes up to the number 20. The number 13, 16, and I believe actually 18, which I missed, is not written in the Voynich manuscript ordinal pagination. I'm thinking because it has something to do with either bad luck and or auspiciousness as far as those numbers go, especially in Tibetan Buddhism, 13 and 16 represent the culmination of enlightenment, the completion of enlightenment. So you wouldn't want to use those numbers when the process itself is not completed. So that's extremely important not to inject those elements too soon. So we're going to go over that. That also, I haven't published that yet, but it's interesting what this is delving into, and I had a hunch about it a while ago, but it did not really solidify until I found the actual name of the Voynich manuscript, and then it really just dawned on me my hunch was correct. And the more I unravel the concepts in the Voynich manuscript, I realize it's beautifully a beautiful representation of the more advanced Kala chakra in Tibetan Buddhism. So basically, he uses the Latin words, it's this Latin semantics, for Tibetan Buddhist semantics. For example, we already know he calls the Voynich manuscript the Liber Talis, the Book of Suchness. So here we have him using talis to represent suchness, right? Tathata. When he talks about saman, the seeds, that's bija, okay? And I've been having to read up on this because I'm not, I didn't know anything about Tibetan Buddhism other than Guanyin, and that's not even entirely Tibetan. That's the Southern Chinese version. So this has been really eye-opening. I've been having to read a lot. One of the words in the Voynich manuscript. Maybe I shouldn't go ahead. I'm going ahead of myself because it's so interesting. So I'm going to go over the basics first. Okay, so the Voynich manuscript is an early 15th century astrobotanical herbal written in an unknown script, right? It's been like that since its inception, since its creation in the early 15th century. Everyone's tried to take a crack at it and try to figure out what it says. It's very difficult to decipher, but I will say that once the methodology is clearer, it does follow. There's rules that you have to follow, but once you realize what those rules are, it's not terrible to follow the breadcrumbs and figure out what it's saying. Excuse me. What else? What else was I going to say? Okay, so let me go and pull up. That's what I didn't do. I'm going to pull up Yale's website so that we can look at the pages together. Okay, here we have Folio 1R. I'm not going to go into the translation in that unless someone wants me to. Excuse me. If anybody wants me to go over Folio 1R, I've translated the entirety of it. Feel free to use like the, I don't know, the raising hand emoji, if there is one. If that's, is that better for you guys to see? There we go. That way it's not in the way of the chat. All right. So here we have Folio 1R, the very first page of actual textual content. And this is where we see the names of the sections, the two major sections in the Voynich manuscript. I will say I'm kind of confused that he didn't say the name of the entire book up front. You think that would happen, but he doesn't. He calls it right here is the symbol for codex. Okay? And like any symbol in here, it has multiple meanings. But this also has multiple meanings in Capelli's Lexicon Abbreviaturarum. Okay? It can mean codex, but it can also mean et, because this is an E for et, but it's also a C for codex. So both of these terms are represented by the same thing, and this is known in medieval Latin abbreviation. So this is codex. Number 9 is for con, or cum, or sen, at the front of a word. If we're at the back, it would be a vowel plus S. But In this instance, it can also be BUS, which I didn't realize until later. I'm like, oh, that would resolve the issue in case. There are very, very few instances in which that is documented that I've seen so far in Capelli's lexicon or anywhere else. So here we have the 9. Here we have ST. And the use of this as ST rather than an F is used often in Swiss German manuscripts. Right here. So this is not only an F, but an ST. So now we have con, and then st, right, ST. And then we have an A, and then rum. So con, st, and then arum. So constellarum, right? This loop serves a dual function, and this is also confirmed in Latin abbreviation, that this loop is used to represent missing letters. So not only is he naming 2 letters, ST or an F, this loop also represents the missing letters in between here, constellarum. So now we have codex constellarum, and then aster. So this is the name of all the star subject matter in the back. And then here we have the other name. This is curatorium. Curatorium with a capital C. There is the 9 up top. It's smudged, but it's there. This is the C. This is the R. Curatorium. Everything else is missing in the center. So instead of it being orum, he just doesn't write an I. The I is there though. Orium. This over here, even though it looks similar, is actually recti. It's its own term. This is the R that you see right here. It's smudged, but it's there on top. So recti, and this is orus. Here's the 9 here. You can barely see it. But in medieval Latin, you drop the H. So these are 2 different terms, 2 different words. Recti, orus. So he just drops the H, and it's O-R, and then of course A-S, orus. The correct hours. Does anybody have any questions so far? Okay, so right off the bat, he names the 2 sections, but he doesn't name the actual book. And I was wondering to myself, this whole entire page, he's describing the general overall information, right, which is what you would expect, but he never once says the name of the book on the first page. That's all right, because we'll get to that. It's much further in the back, in a marginalia note, so in the margin of the book. But at least he wrote it down, thank God, right? Otherwise we wouldn't know. So I'm going to go ahead and briefly go over the translation of Folio 1R. I'm not going to decipher it into the Latin, just know that it is medieval Latin, okay? You also have to understand that this was written by a Swiss German monk, okay? Many of the monks during that time period had what they call a vocabulario ex quo. And it was a dictionary specifically for German speaking monks so that they could write in Latin. And this was widespread. But that's what the vocabulary ex quo was for. It was German speaking monks to write in Latin. And so the way in which this Latin is written is not typical Latin. And that's because it's through the vernacular of a Swiss German monk. That is why. Okay, so I'm going to try to do this to where you can see it. There we go. All right. Now, and I would like to note, I have this over a little bit because I need to be able to see the chats at the same time. So hopefully you can see it without issue. If you do have an issue, please feel free to comment in the chat, and I can see what I can do as far as moving everything over some. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is the Voynich manuscript, the cipher and the compendium. Perfect. You're more than welcome to. You don't have to purchase this. You know, this I'm pretty much going over the content here, but I'm not going through everything. There's a lot that I will not be going over. So if you want to be able to consume that information, you're going to have to purchase the book. It is available on Amazon and ingramspark.com. I love Ingram Spark as far as their printing goes. It's very high quality. However, Amazon is as well, and it's a little bit quicker. Actually, a lot of bit quicker. What am I talking about? It's 2 days shipping. Ingram Spark is cheaper by about $20. But if you want it in 2 days, I would go ahead and go with Amazon. There are two different versions. I don't want you to get confused. There is, and you'll have to read the description as well to make sure that you have the correct one. First edition, it'll say first edition in the description. Second one is the Dalai Lama edition. It'll say that in the description. So yeah, feel free to peruse that. And if you enjoy the content, feel free to leave a review. Yeah, okay, let's move forward. Okay. You'll have to excuse me. My one of my cats is at the door. So here are the compilation of articles. I had decided to have the information more accessible to the public, to go ahead and compile it and put it into book form. Since there wasn't much traction on the academic website, academia.edu, obviously most people are not on there. So here it is. I've compiled it all together. We'll go over all of this. Hopefully I won't take 6 hours to do it like I did last time. Okay, so from the evidence I've gathered, from the correlation that I've gathered, and yes, I understand correlation is not always causation, but there's strong indications that the Voynich manuscript was possibly written by Clemens Specker, who was a sacristan monk at Königsfeld Abbey in Windisch, Switzerland. He only has one known work, the Chronicles of the 95 Rulers, which is a history of the Habsburgs, which that commission in and of itself is an honor to do, so I don't see how he would just have that land in his lap without him having some sort of known prestige of some sort. There are other manuscripts in the area of Thurgau, which is where he was originally born and raised, in Switzerland, where the hand, or that's short for handwriting, the hand of the scribe, of this unknown scribe of multiple different works around 1450, really do indicate that it possibly could be him that authored them. Now, that would line up with the travels of the person that wrote the Voynich manuscript. But there are lots of other things, and you're more than welcome to read it on your own time. It would take up too much time for me to address everything concerning that. Okay, I usually talk about this first. It kind of sets the tone for everything else. Okay. We'll go over Folio 1R after I mention this. PDFs usually have, it takes a long time for PDFs to be searched, so it might take a second. It's funny, I'll go over some of it and like, I need to change that. I haven't changed it yet. little small things, which I change in subsequent papers. Like as you go along, you can tell how the information is being researched as I go along. So here, oh, we found it. All right. I appreciate your patience. Apparently, my background is in Judaism, so I put Gan Eden, but I think I might have accidentally put Garden of Eden in this first instance. It's always good to have editors. Okay, here we go. Alright, so here we have the word ortus. This is the edge of the Garden of Eden. Hey Jackie, thank you for coming back. I appreciate it. Okay, here is, this is on the quote-unquote celestial map, is what I've been calling it, but this it's not really this celestial map, but we'll get to that later. This is in one of the little circles that this is in. This is the Garden of Eden tent. It is styled as a Persian tent, and you're more than welcome to look up that on your own time. Persian medieval tents, they have this separation like this right here. You can see them on some royal murals of princes. Here we have rows of plants across the top, and then this is the 4 rivers of the Garden of Eden. You're welcome. And then we can see the same symbol right here on the Mappa Mundi, the world map right here. This is Paradiso, or Paradise, the Garden of Eden. It used the same box with the 4 rivers as an X. So now we have confirmation that this is the Garden of Eden tent. It's a canopy. And that is the word ortus right here, which we can see closer. Right, oh, where'd it go? Right here. O-R-T and then U-S. But he's dropping the
Jessica, here's
I apologize for that. That was the comedic reminder. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? I forgot. It is 10 o'clock. Anyway, so this is ortus, right? Ortus, with a dropped H. And here we have aurum with a dropped H. It's an R with a crossed ascender, which means it's rum or rum. But if this R with a crossed ascender is elsewhere, it means Q-U-A, qua. All right, so now we know that there's some sort of Christian element to this, right? If we were to not look at anything else, and we only viewed that, we would know that there's some sort of Christian Garden of Eden element with tents, right? So let's go back to Folio 1R. And here was the hands, different hands I was talking about, and their similarities. Here we have the symbol set that you're seeing right here. It's the same as I can find it. It's always when I want to find something that it's not there. I can't find it. I'll show you later. I'll show you later. All right. Okay, here we go. So after 600 years, you guys get to find out what this says. And this introduction does not do it justice. It really doesn't. No offense to the author of the Voynich Manuscript, but it really doesn't do it justice. He could have easily spent 5 pages on the introduction. Quite easily. Okay, so this is the Latin. I'm not going to read the Latin, just because. And I'll go straight into the English. So it's solely through the Codex Constellarium, that should say Auster, the curatorium constructed at dawn. Let the correct hours be chosen, indeed those of the flowering curatorium, also the hours of the herbal. So I want to make a note here. Typically you hear a book of hours, right? It's a devotional. You pray at certain times, you sing at certain times, right? That's what a book of hours is. But here he's calling it the hours of the herbal, which is unheard of. You don't call a book. It's a book of hours, but it's in the context of herbalism. So there's some sort of temporal aspect to this. So the calendar pages, hours, are also those which work to heal. Moreover, the electuaries. And the holy electuaries and the rest, also the arranged earthly flowers, are determined from a greater electuary healing, since the electuary is indeed from the morning star. Now here I have Venus, but I have since changed my mind on the meaning of this, simply because he always talks about dawn. So I do believe that the sun itself is the morning star. That would make sense, right? I don't think it's in the concept of typical astrology where you would call the morning and evening star Venus. He's not saying that here. Furthermore, only the olive tree, and because of these oleated electuary seeds, arise in the garden in the same manner, yet with greater healing. The electuary is heavenly and very potent when you turn towards the stars. True, the stars are the rulers of the heavens, and the movement of the stars guides the work of the cures of the stars with this cure of cures. But I create this page with the oil of which I create the electuaries. Everyone whose health is cured by flowers is cured by the more potent seeds, but ordinary seeds work in the same way also. True health is the heavenly cause of these things, for the healing is completed by heavenly powers. The highest heavenly healing is the source of all healing, the healing of the pages with the oil of truth. Their birth year is the healing of their health because of the herbal seeds, healing with herbs, flowers, heavenly seeds. The healing of the celestial electuaries is the cure of this health. Health is created by the seed of all of them. Health is created by the birth year. Electuaries are the flowers and the seeds of the cure, the herb of herbs, and whose flowers cure completely, of which flowers and animals I take care of, which is commanded by the Holy Son of God. This is the time at which he says Filius Deus, and it's the only time he says Deus, other than the very last passage, which is like the cipher key, pretty much. The healing pages are arranged. I create the seeds of healing. When you have created the work of creation, of whom the Son of God is also, the healing is of the healers, but they are sacred electuaries. The constitution of the electuary is the healing of the flower. There are heavenly cures with the stars of the year. Healthy herbs are because of the following electuary cure. We have created cures, which are the labors of the Lord, for the electuary is the highest healing of the Son of God, to whom it is ordained to create health from the herbs and the oils from the seeds. It is a cure of cures, the healing page of which its labor I follow, and other curatives. It is with the following: the wheel of stars, whose stars bring health, whose electuary, the stars of healing, the stars of flowers, the stars of curatives, the electuary creation of the flowers of the stars. Healing comes at dawn from this flower seed, the lofty star, the seed of the electuaries. The stars of the electuaries with whose garden seeds this page creates in the roundel of the stars, whose flowers follow the highest sequence in curative flowers, in the electuary garden around which you will have made it. You will have made the highest, for the labor of healing, which four, indicating the four humors, which page, which labors, and which table to follow. So this is the translation of the introductory page of Folio 1R. Does anybody have any questions? And this is Folio 1R here. It is fascinating, and it gets more fascinating. Are you familiar with the Voynich manuscript? Here we have Filius Deus. First time we see a D, and so far the only time we see it. Notice it is not the same as this. Completely different. This is actually cui ostend. Actually, no, it's curae ostendent aliqui. But since it's all smashed together, it can also be curae. It could be curatio. Let's say we're only looking at, and this is why this is so difficult to translate. Yes. Previously unknown, but now we know what it is. So you can see a little smudge here. Right. This can be curae ostendent aliqui. But it can also be, if you were to cover this up, curatio sunt aliqui. But it can also be, you ready? Curae hoc sancti. Did I miss any of the other ones? Or it could be curatio sancti. So you see the difficulty in translating this is that he actually smashes words together to make it more difficult to figure out. So it's like have fun with that. Sometimes I've been lucky enough to tell that, okay, see here we have a darker ink for this. So you can tell it's curae ostendent aliqui. At least I hope so. Honestly, that takes me the longest time is when he decides to switch it up and mash terms together. I have to go through every single possibility. All right, so here we have, yes, it is, the strange unknown script, right? But it's no longer unknown. This is highly redacted medieval Latin abbreviation. But on top of that, he also plays on the fact that this right here, this letter can represent C, E, and then in this context, R, I, and then also T. Yes, it's just customized. It's customized Latin letters and abbreviations. Okay, so it's already hard to distinguish. He already knew, right? Just obviously from experience and from, known information, right? Known manuscripts, known hands, that it all looks the same. It's hard to read. And so he plays on that. He uses that to his advantage, and that's why it's hard to determine. But once you figure out the method, it's not terribly hard. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think the hardest part about this is separating. Where to separate, because it's not always clear. Not always. Here we have, you can have curatio sed, but you can also have curae osis, and just this one alone. Here, this one's super, super easy. It's olei cui orum. However, it can also be hoc laboro cui orum. Or it could be olei creo qua, but that doesn't make sense in the context of the rest of the sentence. And that's how you know it doesn't make, it's not that one. You have to use the context of the surrounding text to figure it out is what context means with text, right? Or against the text, either or. All right, so that's Folio 1R. Has anybody ever seen the plants? We can go through that. I kind of want to go through that sort of last. We can kind of toe dip into it, simply because I want more context for you guys to grapple onto, right? To have a good hold of what it is that we're talking about, so that you'll better appreciate the plant identifications, if that makes sense. So we have a Swiss German monk, right, who documents plants, right, but also there's this, stars involved, and we have discussions of the Son of God, right, and how we're supposed to take care of plants and animals. And something about dawn and creating electuaries through plants and seeds. And that is literally the introduction. That's it. Electuaries, the Son of God, healing from plants and plant seeds in the garden. So the context of what the author of the Voynich manuscript was his lived experience was the cult of the Meyer Blight. And that is basically a religious faction focusing on holy anointing oil. Now, that is not exclusive to Christianity, but of course, in this context, we're only going to talk about it in that way. The cult of the Meyer Blight in his time, which is contemporaneous to him being alive, revolved around females, women, nuns, and how nuns' spiritual path was associated with Jesus as a male figure, right? And the fons olei, okay, the holy anointing oil, was said to miraculously exude out of statues. And they were always male saints, male, right? And so a lot of the female practitioners wanted to have more of a connection with their savior, right? And so that's what the cult of the Meyer Blight is about, trying to take back their power as, the divine feminine in that way. And unfortunately, that was not well received by the clergy at the time. And so, and this was involved directly into the Swiss German area of that very focused region. Okay. And so he was already aware of that issue. Now, the abbey in which he lived, it was a double cloister, which basically means that there are nuns and monks living in the same complex. But the abbey itself was governed by a princess abbess. So it was an abbess who was from royal lineage, often princesses. So he was comfortable with a female lead already. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. Comfortable with a female lead, understanding that the female lead wasn't always accepted in certain terms as far as religious dogma went, but there's that. And then we have, what is the green liquid? Obviously, I'm going to say it's olive oil, right? That's the title here. But I want you to see the pages yourselves. So we're going to go with 75R, okay, and just kind of tick-tock through. All right. All right, so here we have the beginning of the Folio Sororum, okay, Pages of the Sisters is what he calls it. This text is dense with just, it's got a lot, right? You're looking at it and it looks like all of the same, right? It looks the same at first glance, but it isn't. All right, so here we have disrobed figures, feminine. Majority of them are feminine, female. There are maybe 2 or 3 that are male that I've seen so far. Okay, and they're just hanging out in this green liquid. Okay, here we have some here, weird little scalloped things. Here again, right? The pictures are wild. If you don't look any further into it, it remains that way. And I think, you know, obviously he wanted it to be that way. Okay, they're all hanging out. Got here. Of course, this is the most pivotal one right here, but we'll talk about that later. Da-da-da-da. There, hanging out. It looks like it might be a log, but she's emerging from a fish. Here's some animals. This is a dragon. I know that because it matches exactly to the one on the zodiac. And we got more here. I mean, there's a lot. It's all involved with all of the same, right? But here's the important part. These 2 objects right here. Right? It does make it interesting because otherwise you'd be like, huh, okay, whatever. Humans are visual creatures, so it's good that there's some sort of illustrations to go along with it. All right, so here we have 2 olives. These are just 2 olives. And they are squeezing them, and that is the oil coming out with the seeds. So these are the seeds, right? It's supposed to represent seeds. Here too. Psychedelic, not quite, but interesting, yes. Okay, so these are olives. So that means all of the green liquid that you're seeing is olive oil. They are making olive oil. You know how you've got wine vats, right? You put the grapes in the vat and they step on them to create, to juice them pretty much. It's the same concept here. So it's not just like they're hanging out bathing. They're actively making olive oil. Alright, so now we've figured out they're making olive oil. Something super important involving olive oil, but we know that he's talking about electuaries. An electuary is basically a paste typically made from honey with ground up seeds for medicine. But here in this case, he's actually using olive oil as a carrier instead of honey. Now, it's not to say he's not using honey to sweeten it up, but he doesn't talk about that. And here's the olive tree. This is the only ever picture of an olive tree with reddish orange leaves. Everything else is not like this at all. It's all green. So I was very lucky to find this. It actually names it as the olive tree. And this is the olive tree in the manuscript, which you can see. Right here. That is the olive tree. Now what he does is, this is the seed right here. He will draw the seed brown, or most often a deep blue, and if he doesn't do that, he'll just do dots. So there's so far the 3 categories that I am seeing to represent the seed of the plant. So this is the olive tree. And that, according to him, is the best, the highest, the most important. And he uses the term sumerum for that, of the highest. Now that can also mean the dominant or the most prevalent, right? Because you have dominant humors in medieval medicine. It's all based on the 4 humors. You've got sanguis, melancholia, phlegma, and cholerasis or cholera. So it's blood, yellow bile, black bile, and melancholia. And so that term would make more sense in that context, but again, you have to keep using context to know what word is appropriate. This is a description of, just briefly, of the letters, like specific, like how I determine where the letter is. Like this is B, okay? He does not connect them. Very few instances in which it is connected. In fact, there was one, okay? Just ignore this part, the suffix. Right? He actually drew an O, and he actually connected it. He just put a line all the way across, and I was like, oh my gosh. But this was already after I figured out what B was anyway, but had I come across that first, that would have made things easier. So this is a B. These are always B's, for the most part, at least for this. You'll see what I mean in a little while. This is a B in this instance. If you see this with this is always going to be a B every single time. Now, when it's this, it's not a B. When it has this extra loop on this side, it is not a B. It is a loop for missing letters, and an L, and a C. So you can already gather how difficult this is. But I know it seems like a lot right now, but once you realize, okay, certain glyphs remain the same. Some of them have a constrained amount of different meanings. I hope that's clear. For example, you see this right here? Okay, this is important. Orthos, which is what I described earlier under the Garden of Eden tent, can mean garden, east, sunrise, and rising, but it also means origin as well. 9TT9, which you'll see in a little bit, can mean constructus when it's next to the stars, or it can mean contritus when it's next to the seeds or in the herbarium. Here's electuorum. See, so there's electuorum, and then there is electuaris. So one has to do with choice, from choosing. Obviously, electuaris electuaries has to do with something that you choose, but it's considered a noun. You don't like try to translate; you just say electuaries. Anyway, so this symbol can be E right here, E, T, C, I, or sometimes R. This is the letter B. These can be R, S, T, or F. The reason why I do the cross here is because, not because of Christian liturgy, but because when you cross the ascender, right? It's an ascender because you go up with the letter part. Please move up. Oh, thank you for telling me, because my screen is different. I have to go back. Is that better? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, so the crossed ascender, meaning we go upward, right? Ascend. This means that there is a missing vowel on either side, maybe both. And that's always the same. So whether this is an L or a T, there is always a missing letter on either side. And that's always a vowel. Again, when this is its own letter, right, this can also be a T, but it also represents missing letters, like a lot of them, right? The end loop is what I like to call it. And that's a known scribal convention. The loop represents missing letters, and the cross descender or descender. Here we have contritus samen, and this is where I definitely knew I was on the right track. This is the same concept I was trying to explain just a moment ago. The 9 represents a vowel with an S on the end, but can also be B-U-S, ibus, or bus. So contritus samen, or contritus specifically, is listed in Capelli's Lexicon Abbreviaturarum as 9TT9, contritus, and it lists the language as Latin. Samen here, this M with a backwards flourish. Backwards flourish usually represents that it's missing an EN or an EM. So my brain naturally went, oh, Samen. And I was like, wait a minute, that's not Latin, that's German. Then it made sense, that was fine because he's Swiss German. So here we have contritus samen, literally an instructional phrase to crush or pulverize the seeds, which makes sense because this is a cure, a medicine. In medieval times, that's the only thing you could do. You find seeds, you crush them, and put them in oil to make a medicine. So there he's starting to describe the making of the electuaries. And that's what this term here is, electuaris. E-L-L-R and then is, electuaris. If this were this symbol right here, if this were the one here, without the double loop, it would be erbas. H, dropped H, right? H-E-R-B-A-S, erbas. Here we have the ligature for folio. When it's by itself, this is an F for folio or filius, either or. When you start adding things on the end of it, it changes it. This, I put the wrong picture. I do apologize. I need to go back and change this. I didn't realize till it was too late, but this is folio ostendent, which means the page reveals or the page shows. This should be an F with a 9 for floss, for flower. So I need to change that. This is quatuor, meaning the 4. This is the very last passage of the manuscript, the part that's abbreviated, not the extraneous cipher key, but the other one before that. Qua, and then the OR in the very end. This represents the missing letters, quatuor. Here you can see it in Capelli's lexicon. Same thing, quatuor, qua, and then OR. An exact match. Here's an extremely important part because, and I always pause because everything's important, but this helps quite a bit. It's said or set. Set, S-E-T is the original term for also, but, however, since, Um, but it was corrupted after a time into said with a D, and instead of writing it S7, it would be written as S9. So here we have the corruption for that. Um, yeah, so I figured out that it is Latin, it's medieval Latin, with one German word. So far, I've only seen one German word, and that's Samen. Let me move up again, sorry. So this is said right here. So he was Swiss German, so it's not unheard of, especially for Germanic speaking monks, to take a core Latin word and then put a different ending on the end. Especially with like when they try to create new nouns, they'll take participles and like just switch it just like they switch it all up, pretty much. So you've got different layers here. You've got the fact that he's using highly redacted Latin, which you don't see it. You can't see this level of redaction anywhere else in other manuscripts. Then on top of that, he uses customized, uh, you know, like customized. What's the word I'm looking for? You know, it's not even a word; it's a concept. Uh, he plays on the fact of the different meanings of letters, like how it looks, right, visually. And then on top of that, he's Swiss German, so they naturally, you know, would create new words by adding a suffix. So it's kind of a pain. um, all right, so here is the symbol for est. There's the E here, then the S, then the T. Okay, and of course, remember, the loops represent missing letters. Okay, est. This is more simplistic, so it doesn't really mean that much. It's not heavy into that, but you can see that here in Capelli's lexicon. You have the E, the S, and then the T. It's literally the same thing, except it's just this is sideways, and the E here is separate. No, it's not from the northern part of Italy. Okay, you're more than welcome to hang out. But yes, you're more than welcome to hang out. Because what we're gonna dismantle all of that, and we're gonna discuss where the actual document comes from, where he traveled to, all of that stuff. So the target audience is more academia. However, if anybody's interested in this, you're more than welcome to read it. I'm going to come out with subsequent versions where it explains everything in more detail. Um, However, I'm wanting to focus more on other folios and translating them as I go along. So I don't want to forget about the rest of the manuscript. You know? This is just small potatoes compared to what everything else I'm going to talk about in this live. This is nothing compared to everything else. So if y'all hang on, hang out a little bit, we'll get to the really cool stuff. I'm going to take a break for a second, and I'll be right back. Give me about 2 minutes. Japanese letters and symbols have validity in and of themselves. I think that's probably harder, to be honest. So kudos to you, because that's awesome. That's difficult for me. Oh, the target audience. Sorry, that went over my head. That happens a lot to me. It's probably because I'm neurodivergent. That, yeah. So, yes, the target audience for the Voynich manuscript would be other healers by proxy. It would be it's ciphered, right? In a non-classical cipher, right? Not in the classical sense of what we know as a cipher. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what a kanji is. Is that like character? Like the character that you're writing? Yep. So I had a working translation in June of 2024, and I'm going to tell you right now, I understand the emotional attachment, especially when everyone's put all of their effort into this. Some people decades, right? As you can attest. And I understand the frustration. I understand the, you know, the pulling out of the hair and all hours of the night trying to figure out what this says. And someone's had to have done it at some point, and then it's like, oh my gosh, it just, I don't know. I understand is what I'm trying to get at. Secret Society. And okay, yes, I'm in agreement, Sergius. However, not in the conspiracy theory way. It's in another context, which I'll get to hopefully soon. All right, so I'm going to have to move this forward because there's so much, and my voice is going to start going out because there's a lot. And I want to make sure that I go over everything. Otherwise, it's going to take 7 hours to do. And I don't want to take... Last time it took 6 hours. I don't want to... I don't want to take that long. But you're more than welcome to... Y'all keep chatting, ask me questions. I do enjoy talking about it, but I'm going to keep moving. That way we keep pace. Because time is of the essence. Winky face. All right. You'll know what I mean in a minute when I say that. You'll be like, oh, okay, I get it now. All right, so here I describe the cross ascender L, but it's also a T, but in this aspect it would be more often an L. Okay, so the vowels are on either side that are missing. Okay, I heavily reference the record interpreter and Capelli's lexicon abbreviaturarum. What I find interesting, I didn't realize that Capelli is Swiss, or at least like there's some sort of relation to the Swiss. I think Zurich is the one that actually did the ad fontes on that. But okay, so here we have the cool little tidbits in the Voynich manuscript. The author uses Tyronian notes, which is a special way of writing shorthand. Yes, it was. Yeah, because you wanted to be the best of the best, and you can't be giving your recipes out, right? All right, so here we have the Tyronian notes. I was able to figure out what they say, and yes, you do have to figure them out because the directions of the lines and stuff do matter. And the only way to do that is if you read the other ones and go, okay, that's what that means when it's pointing that way. If you're not lucky enough to actually find the exact Tyronian note for it. So we're going to go over here. This is my special collection. Okay, these are all the manuscripts I studied to get up to this point. There's about 114 plus a bunch of extras from another website. So there is a lot. Where is it? I can't imagine having every copy of this, like the actual original, in a library that I own. That would be nice. I'd probably cry happy tears. Alright, so here we have the Tyronian notes. Okay. I recently found out that there are scientists that are trying to use AI to learn all the nuances of the directions of the lines and the dots and the numbers and everything to figure out what it means. So that if they come across some new ones, it can figure it out automatically. Yes. Okay, so here we have some Tyronian. Is this going to let me? I don't know. There we go. Oh, I have to press a button. Oh, okay. Here. Right. It's not letting me go over some. Okay. Here we have the Tyronian notes. I apologize for the overlap in the chat. We're going to search for Liber. Okay. We're still not quite to the actual Tyronian section yet. 274. Let's hope it's that one. I think it is. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Alright, that's not it. Click on that one. Click on that one. I'm going to find it. It's in here. It might have been the first one. Why am I way at the back? I'd like to say syllables as a joke. Oh, I remember what it is. Okay, it's right here. Sanctity as well. Oh, Sanskrit. Yes. I am having the worst time trying. There we go. Go to the page. Technical difficulties. It is so slow. That's not the page I want. Go back. There we go. Everyone remember this page. Tabulo 34, commentary 1, capitulo 9. All right. Page 190. All right. Here we have the different variations of Liber, okay? Oh my gosh. Sorry. All right. So you'll start to get the idea of what Liber is supposed to look like, right? In the chat, I want you to tell me, describe what a general idea of what the Liber symbol is going to look like if you're looking at all of these, all the way down to 39. I'll give everyone 5 minutes. Echo, set a timer for 5 minutes.
Your 5-minute timer is running.
And in the meantime, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll come back in 5 minutes. Alright, so I came back a little bit early. Thank you for waiting.
Welcome back, Jessica. How was your trip? Anything exciting happen while you were out?
Stop listening to me, please. Alright, so Tyronian notes were started by the Romans. I wouldn't be surprised if there's that influence there. Ah. Well, that's cool. Okay, so I wish I could get... Maybe I could get this... Oh. Is that better? Now we can actually see the page. Okay, so... Go ahead and somebody in the chat describe what the general idea of liber would be given all of these references with liber in it. How would it look if you were to use a generalized form? Oh yes, on number 3, that is a different word entirely. We're focusing on liber. So for LAU, it's an upside down V. For LIB, it's the direction of the angle is the opposite. Very good. Yep, it's just literally an L, and then with a dot in the center. Liber. There's some sort of diacritic mark in the center of the angle. So we have that. That's liber, right? This is the best one. Number 35 is the best one for liber, minus the C on the end. That's a C for civitas. So now we know liber looks like this. Right there. Number 35 with the covering. Okay, so you're definitely ahead of the game. That's cool. I apologize I didn't see it. Alright, so here we have liber, book. Okay. Here is tempus, time or season. Potens, powerful, mighty. Ad hoc or ab his, it's either or. This is septis for the 7. I put the 7 on to make it easier, but I'll go back and change that and put the 7 in parentheses. This is talis and then tale. Okay, the I for talis is right here. These will become important shortly. These all occur on the folio nonus, which you'll see shortly. Here we have the plants. Like I said, I'm going to go over these later because I want the core foundation of the manuscript apparent. The page needs adjustment. Ooh, Thank you. Is that better? Yeah, you guys feel free to let me know. I will get caught up talking about things and forget to adjust it. The volume is too low? Um, is that better? I guess I might have to hold it. Is that any better? Perfect. Okay. All right, so we're going to talk about the core doctrine. We're not going to talk about the plants right now. I'm more than happy to do that at a later time in the live. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to scroll through here, and we're going to talk about the most interesting thing. I never would have even thought that this was possible. And again, when I started researching the Voynich manuscript, I kept a completely open mind because I didn't know what to expect, right? And from what I've learned in my own life, you got to keep an open mind because you never know what the truth is going to lead you to. And so I rested on the fact that I knew the ultimate point that the author was trying to make, and it was to cipher, right? He wanted to make a uniform cipher. So I always try to keep that in mind. I mean, it's always possible, but the major language during that time frame for religious documents was Latin. But I mean, that's always possible, right? With anything that you're researching, you have to think about possibilities. But I went with medieval Latin simply because it was the lingua franca of the time period for religious texts. Okay, so here we have the Folio Nonus. Okay, the Caucasus region. The Caucasus Mountains, that's hard to say. Say that 5 times fast. Alright, so here we have the Folio Nonus. I know that this is called the Folio Nonus because of the text itself. But it's called Folio Nonus elsewhere in the manuscript. Alright, and Nonus is the nones, right? It's the 9th hour, and that is extremely important in European medieval medicine because that's the most auspicious time to prepare medicine. So this roundel, this circle, right, describes that. I'm going to go ahead and read the translation. Since this is a short passage, I will read the Latin, and then I'll read the English. I'm going to go ahead and scroll in so that y'all can see this well enough. We're starting here. This is the indication that this is the beginning and ending of the lines, of the sentences. Okay. I'm starting here, not here. That's an extraneous word. I'm not going to focus on it right now. So here we have septus, like I discussed before. Okay. These are all the Tyronian notes littered throughout. You got one there, here. They're heavy in this page and never elsewhere. They're very sparse elsewhere. So that means this page is extremely important. Otherwise, he wouldn't be using Tyronian notes. All right. Okay. Yes, the lunar cycles do, but more importantly, in the Voynich manuscript, it's dawn that determines that, not the moon. Although I guess by proxy, yes. Oop, why does that say 74? There we go. All right, here we go. Here we have it. The origination of the seven of septis, okay? It says septis causa quacum, rota iodum enim septis enim aster ort sentia, enim hoc sunt rota elixir cui sentia enim, qua elixiris, rota enim orbis, sunt elixir hoc ilius, hoc enim fere, sunt asteris curae, and then I could not tell what it said there, so I didn't mess with it. Enim aster, sunt sumerum constructus etc. Summa essentia enim oleae circum sunt curae, sed sunt folio aqua enim oleus licit cui ius, cui enim solus amene. Actually, that should not be cui ius. That should be cui essentius. When I did this passage, when I did this paper, I didn't realize that that's also what that meant. So, cui essentius, cui enim solus amene sumerum stellari ostentent cum septis enim ort, cuius sunt aster asteris, illo folio aster ort aqua sunt hoc qua curae fere aqua, sed scriptionem hoc folio curati enim causam. Now, I'd never mentioned this before in this live, but when you see two of the same word or phrase back to back, he is indicating a punctuation mark. So we have ort aqua and then ort aqua again. That means you're supposed to put a period. It's the end of a sentence in the beginning of a new one. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So the English version. The seven, which are with the same celestial wheel, indeed the seven being the birth star's essence, indeed this they are, the celestial sphere's elixir, whose essence is as that of the elixirs in the celestial sphere, indeed the roundel or the orbit. They are this elixir. From that this indeed they will be. They are the star's cures. And being the star, I couldn't finish this part, so I skipped it. They are of the highest construction always. The highest essence being the surrounding oil, they are the cure. Also, the humor page being the permitted oil for whom it belongs. So whenever he says for whom, he's talking about the patient. So just remember that. Keep that in the back of your mind. Which indeed the sun at dawn of the highest star constellations reveals, due to the seven being from whose, here again, from whose, the patient, birth date, or their origin, is the star of stars. These star pages birth humor, right? So when a person is born, they have what they call an innate humor, okay, in medieval medicine. That's their natal disposition, right? It's associated with their personality. So when they're sick, it's their innate or their natal humor or their birth humor is out of balance. So that's why that is being discussed. So it says the birth humors, they are this, as the cure will be from the humor, also of these writings, this curative page being the cause or the reason, right? So it's saying that the writings, this book, is the reason for the cure of their natal humor being out of balance. All right, this gets to be pretty amazing, okay? This is where he used the Tyronian note for talus. So and tempus lex. Okay, so he's indicating that these two ideas are extremely important. So this is the middle outer line, which is this one right here. And I'm going to show you so you can see it better. It's this one right here. Middle, outer. We got middle, inner, and then outer, right? Middle, inner. And he repeats this phrase. It's the same, right? You can see it here. Try to briefly remember this. And then we're going to go over here. It's right here again. And it starts over. And he does it again. Starts over. So he's repeating himself, right? All right. So he says, Orum sunt enim, septis talus, folio elixiris, licit preis laboro enim tempus lex, cum potens ad hoc. Says the same thing over and over again. Okay. Of these they are indeed the 7, such as the elixir folio that presides over the labor, for the law of time, with potency or power, goes forth from this. So there's some sort of law of time, right? And that's where the power of all of this comes from. And he mentions the 7. Now, we know, and I'm going to go over this in just a second because I just realized I didn't talk about it. I'm going to reference the 7 in just a minute. Astrology, botany, and yes, elixirs, birth charts at the time of birth, and which spot upon our mother they are born. Could you clarify what you mean by that? Which spot upon our mother they are born? So he's talking about the 7, right? So let's go talk about the 7 really quick. The surface level 7, right? If anybody has any questions, you're more welcome to ask. And I'll do my best to clarify. Okay. I actually found it before it even went to it, as usual. Okay. So here we have one of the easiest things to start with. And it's the Pleiades. And we know this is Pleiades because it's 7 stars clumped together. They're the 7 sisters. Okay. So I already knew, okay, 7 sisters. Obviously, it can't be Pleiades. This looks nothing like a P or anything else. And I already knew this was either an S or a D. So it had to be an S. So I went with that, and I started looking at Capelli's Lexicon Abbreviaturarum, and I found the symbol set for soror. S-O. S-O. Right? And then this is Astris. At the time, I thought it was Astris, but now I know it's astrologikos specifically. It still is related to stars, but it's astrologikos. And I'll explain all of that transition later. The four-way cross in the center reminds me of 4 guardian angels of the 4 directions. On what page? 4-way cross. Alright, so we have the S-O for soror, and then AR9 for astrologikos, the sister of the astrologicals. But it can also be Zoroastrian at the same time, really, because the Voynich manuscript layers words for one glyph set. It's difficult, but they're always the same. You can't just pick whatever you want and then it be that. It has to be the same constrained set. Okay, so now we have the context of the 7, okay? So the 7 that he's discussing on the Folio Nonas here, talking about the power comes from the 7, and the power comes forth from the idea of the law of time, is extremely integral to the entire manuscript. Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. No. Please. It's fine. I get talking about descriptions and I don't catch up on the chat sometimes. You're more than welcome to explain away. I actually enjoy chit chat in the chat. Please ask questions, talk amongst yourself, talk to me. Like, that's what this is for. All right. So this is the Folio Nonas, which is why he does the ordinal pagination at the bottom for N here. Now, the cool thing about the pagination at the bottom versus what's up over here is that this is temporal. It has to do with time and the process. It's not just about like a chapter. It's not a chapter. It's literally temporal process. It's the actual process. Okay. Thinking. We have the 7, but we only have the very surface value of the 7. All right, I'm going to have to hop into the actual true foundation. No, I'm no longer going to keep it hidden, okay, you guys? I have to talk about it, otherwise the context falls apart. All right. The Voynich manuscript, even though it seems Christian on the surface, it is not. It is actually Tibetan. It is Tibetan Buddhist. Vajrayana Buddhism. It is based entirely on Tibetan Sour Rigpa. And before you say no, hear me out. Hear me out. I know this because I followed the evidence, only because of that. It is very cool, yes. Lots of whoa moments. You'll see on just the plant identification alone. Okay. So you know how we talked about the 2 different sections of the manuscript? How one is the Codex Constellarium Auster and the other one's the Curatorium? Well, now we know the actual name of the book. Do y'all want to know what it is? Because I literally was just, what? Completely amazed. All right. This is it right here. The Liber Talus. You're right, they haven't been. They're actually trying to do so now, and they're like, that's like 86,000, I think. And I knew nothing of Tibetan Buddhism except for very few things. I knew I liked Tibetan rings, and like I thought it was so cool about like the flags and stuff growing up, but I knew nothing about it. Other than like Guanyin, but that was like the southern Chinese version, and I didn't know anything. So I've been learning quite a bit. So the actual name of the Voynich manuscript is the Liber Talis. This is the page that it occurs on. He says it in the marginalia. Yes. Yeah. So I've translated this entire page as of what, 3 or 4 days ago, I think. I translated the entire page because I got lazy and didn't translate for a while. And so I've translated this whole page, and it talks about the primus electuaris, the prime electuary, which of course is olive oil based in his ideology. But it didn't dawn on me. I'm looking around. I decided to look over here, and I was like, wait a minute, that's Tyronia Notes. Oh wait, there's Liber. I was like, no way. And so I just translated all of the vertical line all the way going down. And it sure enough says it. So that's what we're going to go over real quick. All right, you guys ready? It's pretty nifty. Of course, right? We can already assume everything about the Voynich manuscript is going to be cool. Alexandra David Neal? Never heard of her, but I'm going to check it out. Marco Polo, yes. Marco Polo was in China. You're right. They would have had to, bits and pieces. I mean, you've got the Silk Road, and the Silk Road was there for quite a while. But still, think about it. Some explorers, I mean, it really wasn't widely explored, though. Yes, you had Marco Polo and a few other, Franciscan monks to go through, but it still wasn't widely explored. Most people weren't aware of it in Europe. All right, so here we have, I'm going to read the main body. And I'm going to read the English. It says, it's right here. Starts right here. Est Samen. There is the seed of the olive of Jesus, of the son to which Jesus belongs, by which it is made through the elixir from which the cures are. Since the cures are made as I create the qualities which arise from the highest, and year by year the cures are made fruitful. On that folio lies the essence, as the stars arise in the humor, and through Jesus on the folio of the olive. Remember the olive page that I showed you guys? That's the folio of the olive. On that same folio of the rising of the stars. Through Jesus, on that folio, the cures are made. The cures of Jesus for which the diseases are chosen, or from which. Yet on that folio they are made, for they are created from the same origin. Right? So he's saying the diseases that are chosen or decided, right, are from the same page or origin as the cures. How interesting. Though created on the folio as essences, to which Jesus, by which the herbal cures, or from which, it can be either or. It can be either by which, to which, or from which. By which the herbal cures, yet in that labor through Jesus, and through Jesus in that labor brings forth the humors, by which the higher things are constituted from the same, or made from the same. Yet the stars are the aster, right? The star of stars, right? The constellation star. In that labor around the stellar aster, or the stellar star, on that folio lies the essence of disease, and on that same folio, the healing star flower. On that folio, the essence of disease arises through Jesus. The folio shows the astrologicals, when they make this. This also I create. It shall be whose origin, or their birth, is the same. created on the same folio. On that folio, the essences, since the flower for which it is chosen for, the oils from the morning are the origin of the cures, from the morning, the cures, and the same seed. He says, I labor these celestial essences from the sister page, the essence of disease. On the page also, this page of cures, those permitted at dawn, the blood is made from the rising stars, meaning the birth star. There's a fixed star for each person, right? There the flower of cures is created, the electuaries of the highest humor, the cures of Jesus, through whom the elements, indeed the curatives, I should say curatives, not the cured, show the curatives. The healing, the page of the surrounding pathways. This is important right here. This paragraph is extremely important, and I'll explain it in a minute. The page of the surrounding pathways, through whom the herbal stars exist. They order the cures, right? They govern them. The curatives show the humor, the curatorium, i.e. the herbal section. Yet on that folio, through Jesus, there it is permitted, for whom the olives, those same ones, are created. The pathways are made. They are made to be on the stellar folio, since from these, for whom the flower's essence exists, the paths exist, and by whom the flower is ordered towards suchness, toward the stellar page, with the seeds. You're probably wondering what suchness is, right? We'll get to that in just a minute. It is for whom the curatorium alone is permitted to order the seed, right? The seed is the starting point. In that labor, the star, the oil, and the humor are ordered. It is permitted. For Jesus, for whom Jesus, the stars, this is the blood of the sun, the stars of stars in the highest, by whom the flower of cures is created. These are annual cures for disease, created on that folio or the page. You create the cures, and the cures, having been curatives, are made as a curative as the four, meaning the four humors. The curatives are ordered or arranged, the created cures of the sisters. The risen Jesus is the star. The cures of Jesus on the folio is the essence of disease, for whom the star of suchness is supreme. Since it is permitted, which the stars are created, and the humors are ordered, and all the other treatment proceeds. For the cures, the herbs of disease, the highest cures of Jesus, on that page or on that folio, the humor is ordered so that the cures may be. Right? So the humor is arranged so that cures may exist, is what he's saying. Knowledge was shared east-west long ago. Took some time, but yes. So in the Voynich manuscript, Jesus is associated with the sun and olive oil. Okay? Blood of the sun is a wordplay. Okay. It is the curative disease, the highest cures of the solar ones, okay, with the same rising, yet on that page the flowers, and yet the star is made or constructed. The cures for disease of Jesus. The cures of Jesus are the bloods, sanguinem, right? Indeed, the annual of, from, you can say of or from, either or, of these seeds. The seed of the highest sisters is created. You're wondering why, probably, you keep saying sisters, but in Sanskrit, sisters, the analogy of sisters is used to describe relationship between parts. Okay, and I say Sanskrit for a reason, and you'll see shortly. The bloods and humors of the sisters are star cures. For the sister, indeed, I labor this, the cures being the same, there among the stars. The rising of these is on that page or on the folio, for whom the essence is the flower. And by this flower, the astrologicals are the essence in rising. And let us pray. Oremus. The work shows the essence around that same page, eodem folio, right? Or folio eodem, depending, because he's Swiss German, so he flip-flops it. And to whom the page belongs, to that one belongs the cure of Jesus. He's talking about the patient here. The cure will be permitted essence. So when he says permitted, he's talking about time constraints. Remember how I talked about ordinal pagination and how at the bottom of the page there's a different type of pagination? That's what he's talking about. The hours of the herbal, he keeps referencing, is the time in which you're allowed to create certain things. So he's talking about the permitted essence, what's allowed during that time frame. So when a patient shows up, they have a natal humor that's governed by time, but their disease is also governed by time. It's bound by a time frame. So during those times, he's only allowed to do certain things in order for the medicine to work. And so that's what he's talking about is licit essentia. The permitted essence. Okay, they are the humors and the pathways. Remember, we keep talking about pathways on this page of the created stars. Now, he's saying created stars because throughout the manuscript, he's having to create certain stages of the process of healing. And a part of that is, quote unquote, creating or representing the fixed star of the patient. So whenever he says created, he's talking about the part of the process that he's completed. So when he's referencing this, that means he's already created or like figured out that part of the process, the fixed star of the patient. The curatives of the disease, to whom the risen Jesus is the highest cure of the curatorium. On that same page, to whom he's referencing when he says to whom, oftentimes means the patient. Okay. On that same page, to whom the disease turns, the disease and the cure of Jesus, of the olive tree, stand in the essence of the disease. So at the same time, these two things are happening at the same time. Okay, inside the essence. The cure in that same place is the electuary healing of these things that exist, that are. Sunt. Okay, by the cure of Jesus, I create on the page the essences of creation, fruitful, fecundus, right? Creations, with the curatives that are in that same place. In that work, the essence is shown, ostendent, right here. In that labor, laboro. In that flower, I just went blank. Floss, whose herb, erbus, right, is of Jesus, or Isus. The cure surrounds and follows their created flower. This is sequienta, or secutum, or secutus. It's, the cases of to follow. To whom likewise the sister is, with the seed of the cure of Jesus of the oil, to whom Jesus of the oil creates the same labors. Right? To whom Jesus, whose cure is in that same place, but in that flower, the seed of the oil of the star labors. He orders the oil in that same place, and the qualities to whom the essence belongs. The qualities are hot, dry, wet, and etc., etc. Okay, so they're the qualities of the four humors, paired appropriately to each other. The humor makes the olives fruitful. Okay, he uses the term fecundus or fruitful to represent that it's not like fruitful in the sense of the plants, although it's a word play. He's actually talking about the process, the procedural outcome, the fruit of the process, which is the next step, in which the curatorium labors with the curatives. For the electuaries are the humor, the seed of the more potent curatives. there the risen Jesus, in that page of Jesus, there's a page where there's the baby Jesus on it, creates the stars with the electuary cure in that labor of the humor of the oil. Some meds work better in the morning on an empty stomach, and some work better overnight. Well, in the Voynich manuscript, it's always dawn. It's when he creates it, not when they take it. That's important. Let's see. Okay, where was I? To whom the disease of the cure belongs, in that same place, but in that flower, for the sister, and from the morning, is among their curatives. And by the cure of Jesus, to whom Jesus created the exemption, with the curatives of the flowers. This should not be exemption. This was just before I was realizing what the term was being used for. It's supposed to be manifestation. They are related, and I'll explain why in just a second. How great the seed of the more potent curatives of the olive tree, the seed that rises in the humor where Jesus is, to whom Jesus, or for whom Jesus, on the page of the disease. In that labor, to whom Jesus, the risen Jesus, the seed of the cure, surrounds in that same labor. So I know it sounds repetitive, but if you're going to have to sequentially break it down, you're just going to have to figure out the steps. Just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. So in the four means the four humors. Oops, I did not mean to do that. What did I do? No, go away. What's happening? All right, in the four from the morning. No. All right. In the four, from the morning, the curatives of Jesus, the electuaries of the cure, and the four of them, the garland, the certi of floss. Certi floss is what he's saying. The star, create the elements of the cure, the element of the humors, the cure of the herbarium. Now, he uses the term certi for garland. He also uses the term esseoniare. I might be butchering it right now. Which is what exemption is from, an excuse. But he's not using esseonare as an excuse to be relieved from something. He's using esseonare, es on iare, to represent release. Okay? You're being released from something. And garland, he used the term certi. But both of those terms are based in Tibetan Buddhism. He's using Latin terms for Tibetan Buddhist concepts, which we'll get into in a little bit. Okay? So now we've come back full circle to libertalis. Okay? Suchness, which is what was discussed in the English translation. So libertalis means the book of suchness. It is a Tibetan concept, suchness. It literally means the ultimate reality, the true reality of the world around you. Suchness, talis. I know you're probably thinking, wait a minute. It's written in Latin by a European person. How are we talking about Tibetan Buddhism all of a sudden? That is literally what the book is entirely about. On the surface, it is Christian. But if you look at the actual concepts and the terminology and the process, it is Tibetan Buddhist. So the pathways that he keeps talking about on folio 66R, or 66 recto, which is this one, he's talking about the folio astrologicos, which is the folio I've been calling celestial map for God knows how long, and it is not that, obviously. This is the folio astrologicos. Okay. This literally is the wheel of Dharma and the 8 directions of Tibetan Buddhism. And the center is the 6 pillars of paramita, the qualities of the Buddha. Remember how I was talking about the qualities in the English translation? Well, there's different layers to everything that he's talking about. There's the surface layer, then the middle layer, and then the secret layer. And they all revolve around Tibetan Kalachakra Tantra. There's and Kalachakra literally means the wheel of time, right? Remember how we were talking about Tempus Lex or Lex Tempus in the other folio? That's what he's talking about, the wheel of time. And that is a Tibetan Buddhist concept. And here we have the 6 paramitas, the 6 qualities represented by each pillar of the Buddha. Okay? But it's also called suchness, the pillars of suchness. And that is why this is the center. And so the entirety of folio 66R is talking about how the pathways, these pathways literally right here, you're seeing them, right? In between each astrologico, leads to suchness. There's the tomb of Jesus in Kashmir. You know, you're not the first person to mention that there's a supposed tomb of Jesus in Pakistan area. But that is not outside of my scope of projects. I have an entirely other work that I've written about the Garden of Eden, where the true location of the Garden of Eden is. So, but that's for another time. And it is published. It's not complete, but it is published, and I love that subject too. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, but I'll be back. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. If you have questions, go ahead and put them in the chat box. More than happy to answer them. And yes, so let's hinge on the fact that this is a Tibetan Buddhist document at its core, at its foundation. Although it's syncretic with Christianity, it's ciphered because he needed to protect the contents, but also because he's Christian. You can't be talking about quote-unquote pagan ideas. No, talus is not related to talisman in the sense of talisman. Oh, you're talking about like etymologically wise. Let me think about that before I answer you. Okay, so I'm looking up the etymology of talisman, because now I'm interested in telesma, meaning consecration or completion. Interesting. The word teleo, meaning to like perform a rite or initiate. Arabic tilas, before entering European languages like French, Spanish. The root meaning, the core Greek root, is telos, meaning end, fulfillment, or completion. Completed. Well, of course we know that Indo-European language family is the root. Completion. That would be suchness. You make a very interesting point. Let's see. We're going to go with the original is telos. Telos, and we're going to go talos. What it would be out of question. Sorry. I'm reasoning out in my brain. PIE. Oh, here we go. Proto-Indo-European demonstrative stem. Both words here we go. Both words originate from the Proto-Indo-European demonstrative stem to, which was used to point at or indicate something, right? The same root that gave us the English word the. The Greek cognate, telikos. The direct Greek relative to the Latin talus is telikos, meaning it translates to of such an age or so great. Functional equivalents, toios. Toios, I hope I'm saying it right. Oh, it is easy to mistake talus for the Greek root tele, but they are unrelated. Talus, or Latin, means such. Tele, Greek, means far off or distant. However, that doesn't quite describe. And of talisman. It's still saying they're unrelated. However, the idea of suchness and it being completion is odd. I will say that. Could it be a coincidence? I hate coincidences. I really do. Everything is related. Everything is absolutely related. There's some sort of connection. Phylocentrological, I think, is cosmological map. Oh, the folio? I think you meant phone. Are you speaking into the phone, like where it does a dictation? Folio astrological. You asked AI about 9 mandalas in Tibetan Buddhism, and it gave me the names of the mandalas exactly 9 number. Cool. Okay, so let's move forward. I don't want to get too far behind. I mean, oh gosh, we're already 2 hours in. We are so far behind, but that's okay. All right, so this is a Tibetan Buddhist document, okay? Um, and I'm going to give you the definitive answer as to why that is. The most important page, outside of the others, is as far as we are as far as we go, needing confirmation, right? Let me put it that way. As far as we need for confirmation, the red string. Oh, I love that you said that because I'm Jewish. So yes, it is the red string. All right, so okay, so 78 verso is the most important as far as confirming it. Okay, I need to clarify that. Remember how they're creating olive oil in the olive oil vat? Well, here we have 7 blue windows, okay? 7 blue windows. Now, why would we have blue windows when the olive oil is green? Red string also in Japan? Oh, cool. Oh, I didn't know. That's interesting. I'll read up on that in a minute. I'm like a sponge. I love reading stuff. Excuse me. So I started thinking about that. I'm like, the colors, it's not driving. Like, why is this happening? So I already knew about the Pleiades, and I thought it was interesting that there were 7 of these. So I started looking closer because of that. Shinto? Okay, cool. I have a family friend of mine that's Shinto. I haven't spoken to her since I was like a child, but yeah. I wonder how she's doing. All right, so here we have window number 1. You can kind of sort of see a circle-ish thing here, kind of ovoid. On this next one, you see something here. Now you definitely see a circle here. You can kind of see it here, sort of, like an edge of it. You see it again here, but then you see some down here. See it again here, but then there's a dot you can definitely see. Something a little bit down here, sort of on the edges here. And then this last one. This is the important part. They merged. I am going to pull up the actual page so I can zoom in as much as possible. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it though. We'll see. You're not. You're going to have to deal with it. Okay. So this is the last little window. And here you kind of start to see a little figure. Right? There's a head, a chest, an arm, sort of an arm over here, maybe a knee. And so you begin to see that concept. And of course, this is exactly what I've been typing. This is exactly what it is. It is the medicine Buddha. And I'm going to explain why. Okay, here we go. All right. Here we have the 7 windows. Here's the 7th window. And here's the 7th window without the blue. Excuse me. And here you can actually see, I want to make sure that you can see this. Okay, there we go. You can see his arm here. You can see the upper line there, the bottom line there. Here's his elbow. Here he's holding something in his hand, a line. I'm only assuming it's the myrobalan or the terminalia plant, because that's typical. He's holding the stem. This is his head. Here's the dot in between his eyebrows. Here is the other arm that has, it's robed. That's why it looks like that. This one is not robed, right, which is typical of monks. And here are his lap. That's his lap. And the way in which he is sitting in the lotus position is extremely important. He's sitting in a position called, in English, called calling the earth to witness. So it's his right hand touching the earth and his left hand to his chest. And that is rarely done. Only Shakyamuni Buddha, with the original Buddha Siddhartha Gautama, is shown to have done that because he's calling the earth to witness his enlightenment. And so the medicine Buddha in Tibetan Buddhism is doing the same thing. And the medicine Buddha is called the king of lapis lazuli light, and lapis lazuli is blue. So that explains why these quote-unquote windows are blue, because he's radiating, the Buddha figure in this archway is radiating lapis lazuli light. It's blue. Now these windows are not windows. They're actually what they call chaityas. It's the archway that the Buddha sits under. The Bodhi tree. Yeah, Bodhi tree. And the Bodhi tree is in the Voynich manuscript. So here we have the Buddha. We have confirmation. This is folio 78 verso, or 78V. And I have just requested the multispectral imaging of folio 78V from Yale University's Voynich library directly. So I'll be waiting on that because I already know it's there. It exists, right? This image exists, but I need them to produce the documents. Then you find the lotus is in there as well. You're good. So now we're just waiting, you guys, on what Voynich library is going to say. Yes, the Bodhi tree is a fig tree, which is funny. I love anthropology. I've got an anthropology background, love humanities, and for some reason I didn't connect the two my whole life. I was like, oh, Bodhi tree, great. I could say the Bodhi tree all the time, right? Bodhi tree, Bodhi tree. I knew that the Buddha reached enlightenment under it, but I didn't realize it was a fig until my research into the Voynich. How funny. How sad that I didn't know that. Anyway, all right. So now we have confirmation, and we are currently waiting on Yale to respond, right? But the ball is rolling. Okay. So what else? Oh, the sisters. The whole idea behind the term sororum in the first place, all right, is because all these women depicted, right, are called sororum of the sisters. But it's because in Sanskrit, right, especially in the Rig Veda, the analogy of sisterhood is used to describe relationship of parts.
Like if you're talking about something that's related to something else, you would say the sister of that subject is this subject. Does it make sense? So that's what he's doing. He's saying soror enim, meaning being, and then whatever it is that's related to the other thing. Soror enim. For example, he would say soror enim sanguis, the sister being the humor sanguis, right? So if you, let's say you're reading about a plant and it says soror enim sanguis, he's saying that the associated humor with that plant is sanguis. So he's using the terminology of sisterhood to do that, and that is a very Vedic thing to do. And you're like, wait a minute, I thought it was about Tibetan stuff. But it is, because Tibetan Saurigpa, the science of healing, pulls from Ayurveda and traditional Chinese medicine. That's what it's based on. That's where Buddhism comes from, right? Tibetan Buddhism comes from Indian Buddhism. So here we have sisters being drawn. But the cool thing about these is that these are not sisters as in nuns only. I'm sure the author was hoping that that's what you would think, surface value, but they're not. These are not nuns. These are dakinis, which is a Tibetan Buddhist female sky spirit that is involved with the transmission of healing with plants, but also the transmission of wisdom to a practitioner. And they are depicted in the same exact way. They are disrobed, meaning they have no clothes on, okay? And they also have tiaras, some sort of crown, with flowing ribbons around their bodies coming from their head, which is what these women have. And then on top of that, they have bangles, right? These armbands, arm jewelry, which is what these women are carrying. Now, they have it in their hands for a reason. Okay? In Tibetan Buddhism, a dakini, when transferring wisdom of any sort, will symbolically offer her jewelry. That is a known fact, that she will offer her jewelry to you. So that is why he's depicting them offering their arm jewelry. These are not like oversized diamond rings. These are literally arm bangles that you wear up toward the shoulder. So you can see the ribbons in her hair. Okay. You'll also, and these are the chatyas. Here you can see the same thing. There. There. You can see them in the celestial map, the folio astrologicos. They're right here, here. And so, let's see, let me show you. Well, there's some other photos, I use different photos, illustrations of them, the actual tiaras, which here we go. See? They have tiaras, the same kind that the Buddhist dakinis have, which are right here. Okay, so here's the dakini with tiara, holding her bangle, more ribbons. You can actually kind of see the ribbon there and there a little bit better. Here's a staff. Okay, they're angry. These are wrathful dakinis. They're both wrathful and peaceful dakinis. And here we have images, more modern images of the same, of actual Tibetan dakinis. They have the ribbons. Here's the crown. Here's the staff. Here is the folio of Jesus, the folio Isus, which is talked about elsewhere. He's as an infant in a bumpalid. Bumpalid, which is a Tibetan water vase. However, these forms right here are actually Burmese versions of the same thing. So if you want to look up Burmese Soon Oak, you'll see them. And it's spelled H-S-U-N-O-K. So the H is silent. Soon OK. H-S-U-N-O-K. And they are Burmese from Myanmar, of course. Burma being the former name of Myanmar. Now there are others that are obviously Tibetan bumpas. Not the teapot form, but the other kind. So you're starting to see like convergence here. We've got Tibetan Buddhism, but then we have Burmese Shinoke lids. Like, that's confusing, right? But it gets to be even more interesting because of the plants. So you're going to start to see the geological or geographical convergence from these different parts all together. But it's still Tibetan Buddhism, and I'll explain that afterward. Alright, so now we're going to go over, oh, I forgot to mention, this tile is lapis lazuli. It's a cut lapis lazuli gem. That's what that is. And rainbows are extremely important in Tibetan Buddhism. Aw, thank you. And you're welcome. You can look that up on your own. Alright, so let's go over the plants, because that's a huge part of it, right? How can you heal somebody without plants, right? I'm just going to go all the way to the top here. A boop. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. Further down. Krishna, Buddha, Jesus birth stories have some... Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They actually line up, like a lot of the sayings line up. You're right. There's a book. I haven't read it, but I came across it because I was like, was Jesus in the area? Because I already knew about the Isa aspect. And then, you know, just the concepts of asceticism and everything else, like, it just matched up a lot. And then I found that the title was that Jesus was a monk, a Buddhist monk. Yes. Alright, so this is going to take the longest. Okay, I'm going to try my best not to pause too much because it's going to take a while because there's so many plants. Alright, so we already know this is the olive tree. He actually says Olechius in the text. Okay. This is Centaurea orientalis. Okay, I've translated this one. He actually says golden in this. The term for golden is actually right there and right here. Actually, no, I'm sorry. That's related, but it's not. This is Auesis, which means omen or sign. This is close. It looks very similar, but it's not the same. This is Orium, which is golden. This is golden. This is knapweed, Centaurea orientalis. This is, everyone should know this one, it's lotus, Nelumbo nucifera. And yes, if you look up pictures of lotus, this matches exactly the roots. This is Katha adulis, or Kot, also known as Bushman's tea. Unfortunately, it gets a bad rap. It is banned in a lot of countries because it's overuse as a narcotic, sadly. But I have written a lengthy discussion on the original identification of the Hauma and Soma plant of Zoroastrianism and Vedic religion as being Katha adulis and not ephedrine. just from the textual evidence by itself. So here we have folio 3 recto. This is Copt, and it's extremely important. I mean, just by itself. Just by itself. And it's really, now that I know that Copt is the original Haoma and Soma of Zoroastrianism and Vedic religion, it really makes me upset that it's being used as a recreational drug, and that it's also not being honored by governments as a religious element, and thus it's not protected. But this is absolutely Katha Adulis. And Katha Adulis is absolutely Haoma and Soma of Zoroastrianism and Vedic religion. You're more than welcome to read my book on that. That's also available on Amazon. It's a very short read, but it's available in ebook format. I also have related papers on the identification of Hara Berizati. It's the holy mountain. Anyway, you're more than welcome. It's a whole nother rabbit hole, okay? Reinterpreting Haoma. Here we have Pleione orchid, Bladder campion or Silene vulgaris. Now I will stop and find pictures of the more interesting ones. This is Nigella sativa or black cumin. This is mango. Yes, it's mango, because I used to live in Panama, so I've been around a lot of mango trees. And when the mango tree first starts flowering, right before it starts producing the flower, it has these weird little tentacle looking thingies. They're bright green, okay? And that's what these are. This right here, these are not sepals. It's like they grow out straight first. And here he's just representing the seed. Remember how I said he either draws it brown, dark blue, or dotted? That's what this represents. Hi, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Feel free to share the live or any videos I have. It's extremely important to get this information out there, because this is not just an herbal. I know I've seen a lot of comments where they're like, oh, this is just an herbal, it's so useless, blah blah blah, and I'm like, no, this actually is not just an herbal. It's literally the entirety of Buddhism, of Tibetan Buddhism. Not just Tibetan, but Buddhism in general. It talks about suchness. So on the surface value, it looks Christian, but when you realize it's not Christian, you see the Tibetan aspect. But even then, it's still not quite enough. If you look at the language he's using, the Latin words, samen, okay, certi, talis, those are all Latin shell words for the Buddhist words, okay, and for like samen for bija. And in Tibetan Buddhism, the seed has the essence of both the cure and the disease, and that's why now it makes sense that he's talking about that. And there's just a lot. There's so much, it overwhelms me even. I have to do a lot of reading to like understand it, because I don't have a background in Tibetan Buddhism. So I'm just allowing it to lead me where the text is evident, where the evidence is showing me. Okay, so Folio 5 verso is wild mint or mentha spicata. And this is where you start seeing the Himalayan arc association, okay? This is Himalayan balsam. This is history making on so many freaking different levels. I can't even quite begin. Like my brain starts stopping because I literally am having to go through all the information in my brain all at once, going, where do I start? Because there's so much. There is so much. This is so beautiful in the rarity of it on so many different levels. Like etymology, for example. The word curatorium, okay, being used at all, the first time it was ever used was in an article in the Times of London in 1801, in a German article. See the correlation there? German article. There's another confirmation. I was right, okay? So the German article uses the word curatorium, and it was acknowledged that that was the first time it had ever happened in writing. Yet now, this early 15th century herbal is using the word curatorium. So it like blew that out the water. So now that's changed. Oh yeah, I mentioned the terma in my work. Absolutely, I do. Yeah, this actually, I love that you said that, because this absolutely would be is going to be considered a terma. This is describing things that aren't known about in the process itself. It's lost. I mean, yes, like I'm sure there are other aspects that are well known to Tibetans themselves, but I think there are missing pieces. No, mangoes are definitely not native to Europe. No. So again, so Certi, garland, right? We talked about garland on folio 66R. In Tibetan Buddhism, the word for garland represents the mala beads, but also the garland of causation, of karma. So throughout the manuscript, he uses the terms causum, causarum, causa, right? And sometimes the words seemed out of place to me, like syntactically. I couldn't figure out, like, why is he putting it over there? That doesn't make sense to me. And it's because he's using it as a noun, right? He's talking about karma. He's talking about karma itself. He's not talking about just like regular cause and effect. He's referring to karma, causa. And Certi represents the mala beads and the chain of cause and effect. And all of these things are talked about in detail in Tibetan Buddhist texts. The Four Tantras and all the other ones. The blue I just went blank. Whatever. You are a Terran. Oh. Okay, so we're going to go look up Himalayan balsam, and you'll actually start. Bear with me, guys. You're probably going to like, hold on a minute. But once you see, and this is another thing I'm going to add in, I have to buy another ISBN to be able to make such massive edits. But I want to go into the taxonomy of the plants so that y'all can better understand the conclusions of the identifications. Okay, so you see how this looks like a palm leaf, but it really isn't. Okay, you see how it's wavy, it's undulant, right? And then you have these deep recesses. Those mean two different things. Okay, the wavy lines, right, the waviness of it means that it is pliable. These are pliable leaves. They move, right? They're not hard and glossy like you would think of, like with holly bushes or something, you know. But this deep recess, the pointiness represents serrated edges. So these are serrated edges, but the leaf is also pliable. It's movable. It's not stiff. So you're going to see that in just a minute. Also, this part, all he's indicating is that the seeds, this is a pod. This is a seed pod. That's what he's representing with this right here. He's peeling it back. That's what that means. Okay, so here we have Himalayan balsam. Here you have the serrated edge. Okay, and you're going to see the white veining that he's trying to depict. See the white veining. He doesn't color it in on purpose. Okay, here you have the serrated edge, and the leaves are pliable. Obviously, we can't touch them to the screen, but you can tell that they are. You can kind of sort of see the white veining, but let me try to find a better picture. See, white veining there, there. You get the idea. Now, the important part, well, these are flowered, so we need to find the one with seed pods. Alright, so here we have, I love this picture the best. There we go. These are the seed pods of the Himalayan balsam. You can see the red tips. Okay, and that is what he's trying to depict. Now, this is cut off. He literally is cut. He does this a lot throughout the manuscript. He will cut off the tip of everything so you can see the inside of it. That's literally what he's doing. So this is Himalayan balsam. You're convinced that quickly? This is Echinops rytra or globe thistle. Okay. I'm not going to do this to every single one because this literally would take me forever to do. Yeah, this is that Echinops rytra, blue-green looking thing. This is a favorite of mine, so I'm going to spend more time on it. This is Cordyline fruticosa. Ooh, damn it. Okay. This is an aerial view. That's why it was so hard to figure out. This is not the flower. This is the whole plant. So we've got green leaves on the bottom. Midway we have this, and then the top we have this. It's an aerial view. And yes, there are different kinds. Some are all red. Bear with me. Here we have a good depiction where the green leaves are on the majority of the green leaves are on the bottom, and then it starts fading into this red, yellow, white color on the top. So that's what we're looking for. Here we have it right here. See? And it's just an aerial view. Okay, I'm going to keep going because there's a lot. Okay, this is Gaultheria trichophylla, or wintergreen shrub. So now we have peppermint and wintergreen. This is Hedera nepalensis, possibly also Tinospora. Okay, Tinospora is one of the major plants in Ayurvedic, okay, along with the myrobalan or the terminalia. I'm not surprised if it's both. Simply because in European medicine, Hedera, like its own version, its own species, was known for mental clarity, okay? But Tinospora is also for mental clarity in Ayurvedic medicine. And if you scroll in, you can see text here, and it says Sophia, which means wisdom. So that makes sense that it would say that. Yes, it's borrowed from Greek. trying to depict because he's incapable of doing it accurately. He's a capable artist, so why so inaccurate with everything? Okay, that's a very good question, and it's because he's having to do it quickly. He's out in the field. He's literally out in the field. And from the translation that I've done recently, it actually uses the word field, herb field, in his discussion. So now I've confirmation that he is out in the field, not just through the evidence of the illustrations, but actually in text. So the book I'm coming out with is called the Curatorium Primus, and that's because it has to do with the pagination on the bottom. It's the Primus page. All of the pages involved with the Primus section. I'll go over that too as well. Okay, so there's that. So conflation of species in botanics was not, it was common. I don't, in my opinion, I'm going to put it in my opinion, that was intentional. So it's really not conflation, but absorption of different species. Because I think they were doing that on purpose to show that any of them can be used for the same purpose. And that is my own opinion. No, I don't think so. Not at all. It's definitely not from memory. And you can tell because of the seasonality in respect to when they're blooming, when they're seeding, all of that. You'll see. You'll see. This is another favorite of mine, Kleinia abyssinica, or mourning widow. It's Ethiopian. It is Ethiopian. So now you can kind of figure out where he is as he's traveling. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So this is mourning widow, Kleinia abyssinica. And here it is. It is closed. So that can tell you when he was there because it wasn't blooming all the way. Okay, it's a bluish tint. You're more than welcome to look up anything in here. Like, I can't spend that much time on it, but this is Kleinia abyssinica. Here, this is where Primus ends. Primus. Primus. This is Rheum palmatum, palmatum, Chinese rhubarb, okay, from southern Yunnan, China. This is viola bicolor. You've probably seen this in gardens around businesses. It's quite common. This is a conflation of two different species, Dioscorea alata and Ipomea. I've settled on a identification of sweet potato, which is native to southern Yunnan, China. This is Lagerstroemia speciosa, or emperor's crepe myrtle. This is an extremely favorite, I love this one. Gesneriad petrocosmia rotundiflora. Okay. It is not a purple broccoli. I thought it was purple broccoli at first, but it's not purple broccoli. It's not from the Mediterranean at all. Alright, so this is also from southern Yunnan, China. As you can see, there is a common theme here regionally. The area in southern Yunnan, China at the time was Tibetan Buddhist. How many Europeans actually visited Tibet in early 15th century? The list must be very short. It is extremely short. It's very short. Yes, there were Franciscans to go through there. He was a Franciscan, okay, but they were still very limited. I mean, think about how many people actually existed in Europe versus how many went over there. You know, unfortunately, people think that because there were a handful of people who went over there, it was just so common, but it really wasn't. It really wasn't. So this is just a Gesneriad. Okay, that's the genus or the family. And this it's just specifically Petrocosmia rotundiflora. Should probably fix the Y on the end. Or at the beginning. Alright. Here we go. Here's Petrocosmia rotundiflora. The flowers grow up in between little leaves. And rotundiflora means round flower. So all of them are round. Some of them are way more round than others. But they're all this one's purple. And then you can see the this is a rhizome. So we're going to type in scaly rhizome. But what we're going to do is type in Gesneriad because I was having a hard time finding what that word. And here we go. Here we have the scaly rhizome of the Gesneriads. Okay, Gesneriad. There it is. Okay, and here you can see the same thing. The scaly rhizome extending out. So this is a beautiful depiction. He did really well with this. Not only that, but here it started to realize he is showing that this is a clumping nature of this plant. These are 3 different plants stuck together. It's not the same whole plant. So this is when the part of the other taxonomy started to become more apparent. Is when he draws the branches from different plants of the same species stuck together like that, he's showing that they are a clumping form of plant. Here is a purple rhododendron. These are very, very common in northern India, Sikkim, India, in the Himalayas, at the foothills there. This is Liquala peltata, variety Sumawangai. It's fan palm. This is another favorite of mine, Ceropegia. It's also called lantern or parachute flower. And I'll show you both the root and the main body of the plant. Okay, so here we have different species of Ceropegia, but they all have the thing in common. Here we go. The umbel here. Okay, most of the time these are fused at the tip. Some other times, other species, they are not, which means they are pointing up this way, just as you see here. I'll show you if I can. I should be able to find them without a doubt. Okay. All right. Let's keep looking. Exit out of this. Okay. Here we have this one. Eventually I will save the name of the species that I'm looking for. Alright, well, you get the idea. I've got so many other plants to go over. I will go over the root system because that's also direct match. Here we have them. See a little circle with the roots on the bottom, strictly just right there, right? You have the same thing here. Oops. Same thing right here. Those look like reptiles, serpent-like. Which ones do? I'm so confused. So, oh, hold on a minute, I missed a lot. The trade route was the old highway to east back then. Yes, it was. Okay, snake's venom became inert, no longer poison, but rather a serum of sorts. Yes, I've heard about that. Okay, so reptiles did not have to grow limbs. We're now able to. 5-pointed star buds and flowers. Cool. Are you talking about the star anise? Those look like reptiles. Oh, got it. Sorry, I was a little confused. Okay, so here we have that, the Ceropagia. This is Chinese artichoke. So now we get the region. We're starting to get the regional area. Very pinpoint, right? Lea macrophylla, Himalayan fig. Right? Here we have the fig tree. If you look at what they call Diepold Lauber manuscripts, I'll type it here so you can see it. Diepold Lauber. Look up Diepold Lauber manuscripts. Okay. Oh, of course, it's right there. I didn't even type it in. You'll see the depiction of fig trees like this. So this is easy. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh. So these are the figs on the tips. I don't know why they draw them there, but that's what they do. So this is a fig. This is the fig, the fruit there, and the flower there. Here is the Bodhi tree, was what we were talking about. The Bodhi tree of enlightenment. Here you've got the drop leaf tip. This is the Syconium, which is those neat little looking things on the inside of a fig that when you bite into it, you're like, oh, what, what are those? That's what these are. They're just flowing out. He drew them flowing out. So this is the Bodhi tree. This is exactly what you think it is. It is Cannabis sativa landrace. Okay. The original strain. From Nepal. This is red castor bean, the front cover of the book, of my book. These are the female flowers, that's why they're fuzzy looking. And the male's on top, the male flower on the same stalk. This is Indian sarsaparilla, locally called anantmul. If you cut into the root, you can see there like a red layer of root flesh, and then white. This is a little bit of a phrase at the top of this page, right here. 17R, I'm going to go ahead and show it to you. Yes, wow, right? Exactly. Nothing is untouched. Alright, there we go, right here. This is the phrase we're about to read. Go about so you can kind of see it better. And then it goes onward, and I couldn't read the rest of this after this because he obviously spilled something on it, but And this is what it says. Male or male lir ligare, alier or aligare, lusan hue, which represents hoc est vita or verita, vul numenos. Okay, to bind sweetly, to unite, to illuminate. This is life filled with divine powers. So the reference to bind sweetly, he's referencing honey, because that's what lectuaries were typically made out of, was honey. Hyperbaric chamber also had additional oxygen as well as. Oh. Okay, so, excuse me. Alright, so this is Smilax glabra, or sarsaparilla. Just did two different versions. Hi, Joshua. Honey cinnamon? I'm hungry now. Honey, what do you mean honey cinnamon? Oh, cool. Thank you for letting me know that. What do I call you? I don't want to call you KC. I mean, do you want me to call you KC? Thank you for telling me that. Okay, so here we have Darmera peltata, which is one of my other favorites. But I will say you have to remember that he is not trying to waste ink. He's not trying to waste paper. Those two things are extremely important. He's doing as much as he needs to do, right, for as little as he can, to know what he's trying to tell himself and what he's trying to tell others. Okay, so keep that in mind. But you'll still see what he's trying to depict. This is, I mean, it's a beautiful example of how well he did this. All right, so here's Darmera peltata, or the umbrella plant. You can see the same roundish leaves here. He's got the same round lobes on these leaves. Now they're larger. That's another thing. Everybody thinks like, oh, they're small plants on the page. No. You only have so much space to draw something, right? So not every single plant you draw is going to be tiny. It's probably going to be a tree too. So you have to keep that in mind. I hope that makes sense. Cow moo. Okay, so let's look at some images of the umbrella plant. So there are the leaves, right? We've got the rounded edges of the leaves. And then we're going to look at the actual flowers. Now, as I said, he's only drawing one flower, okay? But he is depicting the stamens. Look how strange the stamens look on the inside. And that is what he's depicting. I'll try to pull up a closer up image. Let's see. Here. Do you see? That's what he's depicting. Right here. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it because it is amazing. And I know from what I've thought even prior, there's a lot of quote unquote firsts. It's gonna blow things out of the water. I'm telling you. It's really not alchemical. I wouldn't call it alchemical. It's herbal. What's quite a stretch? This isn't a stretch. I'm not done. Just be patient. Be patient, Padawan. All right. Okay, so we're going to go to the rhizomes. These things are so weird looking. It really isn't different. Be patient. Be patient. Don't base your entire interpretation on this one thing. I want you to look at everything. Okay, context is important. Alright, so here are the rhizomes of this plant. Okay? When they start, they'll grow little weird little round things from the edges of this. And that is what he's showing here. That's what he's showing here. It's okay not to have them all locked down. Actually, I do have them all locked down. So, all right. So this is neem, Indian lilac. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one. This is very obvious. This is Lychee chinensis with female flowers. So look at the female flowers of Lychee chinensis. They have this weird little archy thing going on. This is Phyllanthus, possibly Neruri, Pulcher, or Conchinensis, also known as Indian gooseberry. Okay, so let me show you what that looks like. As you can tell, it's obvious in Ayurveda, right? I'm probably going to type in plant because if I type in the Latin form, then it'll show up the plant rather than all this other stuff. Okay, so here we have Indian gooseberry, okay, and there are ones where you can see the leaves change color on just individual leaves rather than the whole thing. And you're more than welcome. See, look, see this? Same sprawl, right? Same sprawl. Here you can see the trunk. Right there. Have fun with that one. Okay. We have a lot more to go through. So this is Centaurea diffusa or diffuse knapweed. Not going to go through that. This is Euphorbia hirta, different type of euphorbia. This is asthma plant. This is Aucuba japonica, spotted laurel, Japanese spotted laurel. This is really important, okay? Terminalia, the myrobalan. Remember the cult of the myroblight? Myro. Myro just means oil. So, Terminalia. I like this image simply because it helps represent the taxonomy. So, you just imagine a line here, 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 here. So now we've got roots, trunk, leaves, inflorescence or flowers, and then the fruit. Okay. But this is the Indian almond tree. It is like the cure-all for lots of things. This is another favorite of mine, Rheum nobilis. Probably the most striking, stunning plants. Rheum nobilis. And by the way, coincidence theorist, I will say I definitely acknowledge the manipulation tactic you provided. It's a compliment, sort of, kind of. It's okay to not to have them all locked down. All right, so am I saying that that it is 3 different stages of the plant depicted? Stages? No, not stages. We're not talking about temporal stages of when it flowers or seeds or anything. This is talking about the different parts of the plant. All right, so here we have Rheum nobilis. This is a gorgeous plant. It reminds me of like a Cuban dress or something. This was a red one. But this is typically what you have here. And it just grows when it's completely rocky, and it grows when it's snowing. It's so pretty. What's really neat about it, though, is when it first starts growing, there's only the crown. And let me show you what the crown looks like. It looks exactly like this, right here. Now, there's only one really good picture of it. One. And I really don't feel like spending 30 minutes finding it. But let me see what I have in my I might be able to reverse engineer where I found the picture. Go to my Voynich drive. Yes, I call it Voynich. I say Voynich when I'm discussing it here publicly, but I say Voynich in my own time. All right. Okay. Room 2. Oh, is that it? Is that it? Please be it. No, that's the habitat we want. That's another one. Oh, that's a pretty picture, though. Okay. All right. Let me check another folder. It might be in my images section. Let's see here. Literally, there is only one. in the entirety of the internet, which goes to show you the issue of conservation and awareness of these plants. Oops. I appreciate your patience. I really want to be able to show you guys this plant. Okay, this is what we're doing because I've got too many folders. So, what I was saying, keep an open mind. You don't want to force anything into a box because you want to have them all figured out. I'm not trying to manipulate. Some are just quite different. Okay, well, you're more than welcome to read my research. I'm not gonna go into that any further. I'm quite confident in what I found. Okay. All right. I want to say it is. So this is it. This is the plant. It's just exquisite. Let's see if we can find it in Google. Maybe this is a little. Either way, if I don't find it now, I'll continue on. Eventually, I'll remember to look for it and save it. Here we kind of have it growing up out of the crown. Here's another instance of it. Okay. It's just beautiful. It reminds me of like a flamenco dress. I mean, I would hope so, because if they're not, then that would be an issue. Alright, I'm going to keep going just because there's a lot more to go through. Alright, so this is anemone coronaria. This is an aquatic plant. This is Limnophylla sessiflora. Okay, the previous one, Rheum nobilis, grows in Bhutan, but also across the Himalayan arc. Here we go. This is your typical aquatic plant. You probably see them in aquariums. Notice the term aquarium, right? Same thing with curatorium. It's the noun used to describe the thing. These do not grow flowers until they reach the surface of the water. That's why they're on the tips like this. Actually, there is a salad plant. Salad is literally in here. It's funny. So is cabbage. Okay, so this is Convolvulus arvensis, or bindweed. This is Begonia giganticalis. It's an extremely important one because this actually was not even rediscovered until 2023 in Tibet. It is the only form of begonia that is giant in tree form, okay? Here we have begonia. They're the only species that have this strange, weird swirl of leaves. The only one. Or the only family, I should say. Okay? It rounds out. Some of them are even more extreme in the way they round this way. Okay. The species, see? Species new to science. This is it. It is a Begonia giganticalis. So this is the tree form. Okay, he's literally sitting here standing, holding the branch. So this is a conflation of two different species of the same family to represent begonia. See the way they start growing? It's still the same swirl, although smaller. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Begonia. Yep. This is coffee. Very straightforward, just simply coffee. Coffee Arabica from Ethiopia. Just give me a couple of minutes and I'll be right back. You're more than welcome to talk amongst each other about the different geographical regions. So just a reminder, so far we've talked about the Himalayan arc, the Horn of Africa. So now we've got two different plants so far. No, three different plants from the Horn of Africa as well. We've got Catha edulis, Coffee arabica, which is coffee, and then what was the other one? Clinia bassinica, or mourning widow. Oh, KC. Um, yeah, that's funny because I mentioned that earlier when we were on the plant for Catha edulis. So folio 3 verso is Catha edulis, or Kat, and it is actually the original Hauma and Soma of Vedic religion and Zoroastrianism. And I write a whole nother paper, like 2 or 3 other papers related to that. So it's not a Phaedra. A Phaedra cannot be it. Simply, it's a replacement, sure, but it is not the original one. Okay. All right. So yes, Haoma and Soma, they are kata duelists. And unfortunately, it's not being used ritually, which it should be, instead of recreationally, so it's got a bad rap. All right, let's go forward. So this is a coffee Arabica. This is an aerial view of Plantago lanceolata with a gharial crocodile right here. You can see the striations. This is the top of the plant, but this is an aerial view. This is Tectona grandis or teak tree. This is Dubai. The local name is Dubai, but it's called Canarium odontophyllum. Here we have the tops of the fruit cut off. He does this so many times. So remember the dark blue or brown is the fruit or the seed. So he cuts the top off and then he puts a lot of dots in the center to show that they're the inside of the fruit. This is Hedychium or ginger lily. This ginger lily does not have bulbs, so there's that. This is one of the more extremely important. Okay, so we want to talk about where he went. Where did he go? Where did he go? Okay. So let's see. Oop, I spelled that wrong. All right. Where did the author of the Voynich manuscript go? Okay. Yes. Well, ephedra is not the original Haoma or Soma. That's the thing. Soma and Haoma have two different properties, both energetic and relaxed. Ephedra is only one of those, so it cannot be, yes, it cannot fulfill the textual evidence of Haoma or Soma. You're more than welcome. You can buy my ebook on the interpretation of Haoma and Soma. It's called Reinterpreting Haoma and Soma. Or yes, it's on Amazon. It's attached to my book, the Voynich Manuscript, the Cipher, and the Compendium, so you'll be able to see all of that together because it's related, obviously. So here we have all of the trade routes, okay, known at the time. And here I've got little pins dropped to show where he would be. Here's New Delhi or Delhi at the time. But more importantly, here we have the route. Okay, so he lived here. This is Venice. And he would have traveled. These are all Venetian ports, right? Venetian controlled ports. He would have gone this way. Ignore Tunisia. He would have gone this way, stopped here in the Middle East, in Israel and Lebanon. Okay, and he would continued on to Persia through this route right here. This was his back home route. Okay, and this is where you can see I've dropped pins at every point at which there's some interesting plants, right? So I started to see the pattern. Plants and pottery, excuse me. Gujarat is here. And that's where you see the electuary pottery. The bumpas that I mentioned before, the sunoke, Those are in Myanmar, Burma, but they're also Tibetan. So Tibetan Buddhism was practiced in that area over this way. So you can see the arc. He traveled along this way. And the birth of Tibetan Buddhism was here. He spent a lot of time here, and then a lot of time on the other side too. You can't hear me? No, my mic isn't muted. Maybe here. Does that help? It's because I had it set down. Does it help? So he spent a lot of time all the way across the entire Himalayan arc, at the least. So he went around the Silk Road and the Tea Horse Road as well. All right. So, what flower were we on? What plant? Oh my gosh, what plant were we on? Coffee Arabica. Y'all should be happy that I'm so passionate and obsessed about the Voynich manuscript. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lasted this long. The Harappan civilization. Oh gosh, yes, yes. And the Gandharan. And the Bactrian. All right, come on, search function. Who wants to bet I can get there before it searches it? Oh, look at that. Oh, it happened at the sort of same time. What? I was there. What is happening right now? Oh, that was funny. I'm gonna tell you something because it's gonna irk me if I don't. So this is the anemone, but does anybody know of the Muppets? In like Sesame Street Muppets? Raise your hand emoji style, if you know what I'm talking about. The Muppets. Does no one know about the Muppets? Yes. All right. So whenever I get to the anemone, I'm like, da 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 na 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 da 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 da, mana mana da 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 da. That it gets stuck in my head. Anyway, that's what I think of when I get to this page. Na na mana da 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 da. Anyway, I'm gonna be professional and continue on. All right, coffee Arabica. Uno momento. We never went over this. Okay.
We're not going to coffee Arabica. We're going to this. All right, so the eucalyptus, you guys. This is eucalyptus. It's Red River gum, okay? Where does eucalyptus grow? And by the way, there is a slight delay in chat, so yes, Australia. Absolutely. So, there's hundreds of different species of eucalyptus, which I didn't know until now. Well, not until my research. But Red River gum is very specific. And it only grows in the southeastern edge of Australia. Okay? The southern half on the very bottom right edge. And I'm very, very particular about my research. No matter what it is, if I'm going to write about it, I need to know for certain if I'm right. Because I'm not about to put information out there that makes me look stupid. Because I'm not stupid. So, I wanted to be certain. And I kept looking at this and going, nah, maybe it's another species that's in the Banda Islands or something. You know, maybe, you know, because, you know, I don't know if he made it that far. No, he absolutely made it to Australia, without a doubt. There's no other identification of this plant. I've looked. I've been very, very particular about the color of the edge of the inside of the rim of the flower, to the color of the flower, to everything. And there's only Red River gum that fits that description. So, here we are. That means that the author of the Voynich manuscript made it all the way to Australia. Okay, here's the important little tidbit I haven't mentioned the entire time on this live. In all of the almost 4 hours, is that Nicola de Conti, this gentleman right here, was a famous Venetian explorer, okay? And he was the only one at the time to make all of the voyage everywhere, okay, the way he did at that exact time frame. Okay. The early 15th century he spent going through Persia, the Himalayan Arc, Southeast Asia, India, all the way down from Java, Borneo, Sumatra, the Banda Islands. Some scholars believed he might have reached Australia, but they couldn't determine that for sure because of a very vague paragraph that was recounted that Nicola de Conti went to many other places, right? Which is never documented. But scholars have often wondered, did he reach Japan? Did he reach Australia? Because it was said that Australia couldn't be navigated because of the way the climate was and everything else in that small little spot near the Banda Islands, near Papua New Guinea. Now, every plant that is in the Voynich manuscript matches with the area in which Nicola de Conti set sail or traveled via foot. Every single one. Now, you're thinking, okay, well, why would you think he went with him? Why couldn't he have gone with someone else? Well, I guess he could have. But you have to remember, people needed patronage. They needed support to go on these. Unless you were a famous Venetian explorer and you had a lot of money and you were a lot of, a merchant and all that stuff. Okay. Even still, where the plants take you, very few Europeans ever went. Okay, especially Australia, of all places.
and the Band Islands, which is where clove is from, which is in here, and we'll get to that shortly. So here we have Red River gum. Okay, there's no other identification that matches this plant. I have looked, I have tried. Even after I identified this plant, I still tried to debunk it. I was like, maybe it's not it. Let me see what else I can find, because yes, I'm excited about the content. I'm going, oh my god, what does this mean? Like, is this really it? I want to be certain, no matter what. No matter what, I want to be 100% without a doubt certain, and I'm absolutely certain that is what this plant is. It is a Red River gum tree, eucalyptus tree, specifically. Red River gum. No other option. So the fact that he could possibly be on Nicola da Conti's ship, and by the way, it was multiple ships. If you actually look at the text, it says different ships, so he's not on all the same ship. That's amazing. But what's more amazing in and of itself, outside of the Voynich manuscript, is that Nicola da Conti didn't reach Australia after all. And so that means, sorry, that's my puppy. So that, one second, I'm gonna go check on her. Oh no, I had to pause. I had to check on my puppy. Okay, so thank you for waiting for me. So this is a Red River gum. Okay, so that means that he went all the way to Australia. How cool is that? Okay, so you're more than welcome to look up Red River gum. Okay, um, look up eucalyptus roots. Okay, there are some really cool images of old. You have to look at mature eucalyptus roots, because as they get older, and I didn't know this, as they get older, eucalyptus tree roots fuse together into like a flat table. It's really neat, and that's literally what he's depicting in this image. So not only do you have like the blue sepals, right? These sepals are all the little parts, like, well, these are actually leaves. These aren't even sepals. Um, they're blue. They're blue. So he's depicting the bluishness of it. Here you can see the ring. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and show you. Come on now. We're only on 27B, but you know what? I'm invested, so let's do it. All right. All right. Eucalyptus, specifically Red River gum. Okay, all the other ones have green on the inside. They don't have the red ring. Now, when a eucalyptus is young, it has the oval shape, but as it matures and matures and matures, they start to elongate, which I didn't even frickin' know. So now I do. That's pretty neat, right? They elongate. But for the majority of its life, they are round. All right. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. So this is this. Okay. There is a red edge. This is not the greatest picture, so don't panic. sometimes it helps to just type in the English version. Okay, well, you get the idea. I'm going to show you, though. I really, really want to show you, sorry for the loud noise. I'm going to show you the roots, because this was so cool when I found it. You see how it's starting to fuse? Okay, these are more bulbous, but yes. Um, mm, you can kind of see it down there, but oh gosh, where are you? Let me check my own files. Let me check. I'm at the point where I think I just might be more prepared for the next live and have all of this ready. So I'm not doing this again where I'm having to clamor to look for things. Oh, there we go. Okay, let me check this. Perfect. I'm going to print as PDF so I can pull this up for you guys to see. All right. All right. This is actually, this image is really good. It's not as good as the one that I had saw prior. The other one is like completely smooth, but this one is close. Okay. Huh. Oh, room. I found the thing that I was looking for. Oh, that's funny. Remember the room nobilis? Where I was looking for the picture of the crown? I found it. I found it. Okay, so I'm gonna call it room crown so I don't lose it again. Alright. So now I have two different. No. No. Okay, so now I have two different images here, and I'm gonna open them. They should. Open. They should. Alright. This is the roots of the eucalyptus. They start fusing together. Now you can see that. And then I'm going to open up
form. Room crown. There we go. All right. Does it open? No. And there it is. This is the crown of the Rue Nobilis. And to show you again, we're going ahead of ourselves here. What? No, no, no. Oh, God, I hate it when that happens. No, stop. Okay, there we go. That's divide teak. No, okay, there we go. We're about the same page. Here we go. So you see the crown? That's the crown. That is what you're saying. What's the first thing that grows? So you can imagine him just imagine him drawing. It almost looks like a lettuce, almost, right? Just imagine him drawing the crown upward. Thank you, Big Red Hawk, Ryan Wolf. Thank you. I honestly can't believe I've done it either. Never would I have ever thought. Not in a million years. But I am a persistent person, so. Wong Bok cabbage is actually in the manuscript. Later, like much later in the manuscript. At the very end, toward like the herbarium part. And bamboo is also in the manuscript. And that's the most important plant outside of the Red River gum because it dates the manuscript. It tells you what year to the dot it was written. At least the midway point. Right? Alright, so now I found the see, Bhutan, right? Himalaya. This is it. This is the top of the Room Nobilis. Okay, that one. Alright, now we wear coffee Arabica. Perfect. Okay. Teak tree, labai. Okay. Alright, so this is crepe ginger. As soon as you see it, you're like, of course, right? Super easy. See? Droopy flower on the top. Right? Droopy flower. Always on the top. Droopy flower on the top. I mean, can't get more to the point than that. Droopy flower on the top. This is an unfinished Edelweiss. Okay, so he probably encountered this in Croatia on his way down to the Middle East. This is Aloe ruboviolacea. Okay. Range is southwestern Saudi Arabia, close to Yemen. So this is aloe. You can see little aloe points here. Alright, this is Boragio officinalis, Himalayan borage. You have to tell right away when you look at it. And obviously, if it's this, then you know that it's already used for herbal medicine, right? And there's the weird little things in the center. Weird little things in the center, right? Here's Alpina zerumbet, or shell ginger lily. He uses ginger lily quite a bit. Here you can tell that the ginger flowers are a bit rounded. Like, you can tell the subtle differences in how he draws things after a little bit. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Let's see. Okay. You gotta have an eye for it, but you can see it. So just bear with me. Oh, no, so this time what did I do? Okay. Search. It's more rounded. You see? It's more rounded. The leaves are more rounded. The way the flowers sit is like this. Now, these are cut off a little bit, but they're there. They're there. So let's go with a full image. Do you see how they sit? And they're more rounded. They're kind of like flopped over. Just imagine them being cut open, right? He always does that. He cuts them open. He cuts them open. This is Artemisia vulgaris. It's just common mugwort. He would have already known what this was. Yes, it does grow in northern India in the alpine regions, in the Himalayas. This is Himalayan mini sunflower. So, Himalayan mini sunflower. Okay. Right there. Right there. It's actually quite tiny. You see it in person. This is another favorite of mine, giant hogweed. You should know what hogweed is, especially if you live in America. You know, it's like it's on the side of the road. Don't touch it. You're like, wait a minute. If I can't touch it, why is it a medicine? So there's lots of poison, toxic medicines that were used in the medieval times. If you cook it right, you can still use it carefully. I'm not saying do that. Disclaimer. So this is Heracleum candicans. Okay. And you'll see exactly what this is right here in just a second. See? Notice the common feature here we've seen so far is Yunnan and the Himalayas, right? Constantly. Alright, so here we have Heracleum candicans, or giant hogweed. might have to go to Google to try to find the pictures of the buds, because that's what we're looking for. Let's see. I'll just type in giant hogweed and see. Like what I did last time. Yep. So here we have it, right here. Here you can see this right here. This right here. Well, this one's has already flowered at that point and grown out further, but that's the joint that you're looking at. Okay. And that is what you're seeing here. So that is giant hogweed. Here is Oya. Okay, it's the only epiphytic vine that I could find that has green epiphytic vines. Okay, Oya. Everybody knows what Oya is if you grow plants in the indoors. This is called Datura Mattel. It is very common in Europe. They were already familiar with it. It has similar properties as cannabis, which is why I believe he was drawing the leaves just like the cannabis in the Voynich Manuscript. The other parts of it associated with the Hindu god Shiva. Starting to fade in volume. Oh gosh, no wonder. Thank you. It fell. I didn't realize it. Okay, so that one's associated with. This one is associated with the Hindu god Shiva. And as you can tell, all the psychoactive or any of the plants that have a stronger psychoactive effect are usually associated with the gods. This is Indian mulberry, locally called noni. This one was difficult. I'm not gonna lie. This one was difficult to figure out. So this right here, although we all know that fruits grow from this part of the flower, it's obvious that his depiction is different. That this is meant to be the fruit itself before the flower even ends, right? So it's an exaggeration, so that way you can tell, you know what I mean? So we're going to search this. And this is the noni, okay? And it's even more understanding of the identification because of where the flower typically begins to grow first. So typically, and this is not always the case, the flower grows at the tip of the noni. Not always the case, but for the most part, it grows at the tip. Here's one that hasn't, but generally it grows here and moves backward. So this is the noni. This is the, peony, okay, which was already known. It was already known in Europe, right? So that means that people have already been traveling, like you said, like you'd asked. People had already been traveling to the Far East, but still there were areas that they hadn't been to yet. So, but they had been to China, right? So they were familiar with the Chinese peony, which is extremely good for counteracting epileptic episodes. So, for example, Hildegard of Bingen, right? She was well known in the late 1000s, maybe 1100s, and she was so good at creating cures that royal families would reach out to her for her peony root powder. Her peony root powder was so good at counteracting epilepsy that the royal houses would request it from her from across Europe. So that tells you something. But peony is from China. Here we have Delinia indica. This is literally the last plant I identified. It took me forever to figure out what this was. Forever. Okay? I can't express that enough. It was frustrating. Literally the last little bit. Okay, so we're gonna go to that page. Oops. No. Group 1. I didn't know you could do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to make it a group. I know it. What? Ungroup. That's crazy. Okay. All right. New feature unlocked. All right. Yeah. So funny. I feel so old right now. Okay. Peony. I knew this one already, but it's one of the few I knew. What? Oh, which one? This one? Or this one? Which one? Sorry, I didn't see what you had said. I apologize. All right. So here we have the pain in the butt ski. This one. This pain in the butt ski. This one. The one we're on right now. Ooh. Okay. So. This is elephant apple. It's an elephant apple tree. So whenever it's a tree, for the most part, he does beige. Okay. Notice that he does the line right here. And I often wondered to myself, and I was like, why? Why is that there? He obviously did it for a reason. And then I started thinking about my taxonomy that I realized what he was doing, right? We got plant, trunk, leaf, flower, fruit. Plant, trunk, leaf, flower, fruit. And like, let's stick to that, right? So, here's the trunk. What can we deduce from the trunk, right? Well, there's a line there. That must be, there's some sort of lineage, lines, undulation. Oh, undulation. That could be represented as a line. So, started thinking about that. And then I started looking at the flowers, because you have to take everything in part, in whole, right? So I was thinking about how long the sepals were, what color they were in relation to the potential petals, all of that. And then I started noticing, why the heck are the petals so thick? That is strange. And then I could see all the individual lines of the petals. I was like, why is he putting so much effort into that when he's never done that before? He's never done that before. I've looked at everything so far. He's never put that much effort into that, into the petals in that way. And then you've got the dark blue, which he always uses dark blue to indicate fruit, not the seeds. Brown is for the seeds. The dark blue or blue is for the fruit. And I was like, that's weird, because aren't these seeds? And I started thinking about it the more and more and more, and I'm like, okay, thick petals, but it's the fruit? That doesn't make sense. So I was like, oh, let me combine the two together. So it's the fruit, and the petals are the outer layer? And that's where I got to the conclusion of where I got it from. And you'll see. But that's how my brain went. And I was right. So So here we have Delenica indica, the elephant apple tree. Everyone knows fruit comes from flowers, right? Well, this is an extreme sense where the petals literally are the shell of the fruit. It's super strange. And that's what we have here. And so that is what he's depicting. That's what he's showing. You got the fruit here. You cut it open. These are literally the petals. It's so strange. I haven't seen anything so one jump to the other before. Typically, there's more transformation when you go from flower to fruit, but not the case with this. Alright, so there's that. Here we have pepperweed or pepperwort, Lepidium. There were several other species of pod. They're all related. They're related to Lepidium too. So, but this is the one that I settled on. And they're in northern India. And when they lean over, of course, they're heavy when they're potted. So, and the flowers on the tip. And that's what he's showing here. The flowers on the tip, but that they're potted. Here is another favorite of mine. It's Ural ferox, prickly water lily, or foxnut. This is the lily pad on this is I shouldn't say lily. The pad on lily pad. The lily pad on this is drawn upwards, but more importantly, there are little circles on the bottom. And here you can see them. There, here, there, there, and so on and so forth, right? So obviously he drew them for a reason. And that means he's drawing the texture of this. The Ural fox. Excuse me. Alright, so the Ural fox, when the lily pads grew up, they grew up like this. The edges grow upward. Here you have a more extreme version. Here you can see it's a purpley reddish sepal flower. And you get these weird pokey things, which he's using circles to represent these points. They kind of remind me of the late 90s, early 2000s shirts that girls would wear. But here you have the edges. You know, it's growing upwards, and that's what he's depicting. You can see that here as well. This is a typical grapevine. Nothing crazy about this. Everyone knows about grapevine. He would have already known about it, so nothing super interesting about that. Here is the Tetrapanax papyriferum. This is the rice paper plant. Now, I will mention that in the Chronicles, I'm saying Chronicles, it's not the name of it, but the Chronicles of Nicola da Conti, the Venetian explorer, he talks about a plant wherein the quote-unquote Indians would write upon the leaves. Okay? Now, you have to remember, during that time frame, India was the entirety of Asia. Central Asia, like Tibet and Afghanistan and all of those areas, all the way across, all the way to the edge of eastern China and Japan. So all of that was considered India at the time. So, his description of the Indians using plant leaves to write upon. This is the rice paper plant. I do not believe that Poggio's identification of Borassus flabelliformis was the correct identification. I do believe it's Tetrapanax papiaferum. Now, let me tell you why. Let me show you. Okay. This is an exact identification. Okay, we can already see from all the other plants at the exact same places that Nicola da Conti went, right? So we can easily see that this is the actual identification of the plant that they would write on. It's called rice paper plant for a reason. It's because they would write on it. It's giant leaves. Now, each individual leaf will turn yellow. So you can have the whole entire tree be green, yet one or two leaves be yellow. I have no idea why that's there, but okay. Okay, well, I saw the picture with the yellow plant, yellow leaf. Look, we see it right here. Okay, so here's the individual yellow leaf. I don't know why I'm not seeing it in the list. You can see a little bit changing here, right on the edge. I have to go. Oh, thank you. Absolutely. Thank you for hanging out for so long. I appreciate it. So, you're more than welcome to try to find the yellow leaves. Have fun with that one. They do exist. Alright. Let's move forward. This is cudweed, and this one is also special in the fact that it finally identifies cudweed as originating from Asia rather than the Americas. That's been a long off debate, apparently. This is Chinese melonberry tree. Chinese melonberry tree. This is Panax ginseng. There we have the ginseng root. This is black cardamom. Here we have the cardamom flowers growing at the base. And yes, this is Yang, the Yang symbol, the Taoist symbol. That's because he was in the area of Yunnan, China, where it was still Tibetan Buddhism being practiced. Oop, I don't know why I did that. However, it was still in... Yeah, that's my point. My point is, it's Tibetan Buddhism in that area. Alright, so here we have black cardamom. It is bipinnate in the fact that it does not have the pointy leaf in the center at the very tip. And the flowers grow from the base. Right here, you can see them growing at the bottom. That's where the fruit is. Here you can see it better here. And that is what he's depicting in the Voynich manuscript right here. This is Paulownia tomentosa, or empress tree. It is a pain. I actually know about this firsthand. my grandfather decided to cut down all of the oak trees and put this in its place, simply because he used to live in Japan. So these things have shallow root systems and grow extremely fast, and so they don't have very dense wood, so they break often. This is false pickerel weed. You'll be able to tell that. You can see the blue there attaches to the bottom of the leaves. You'll be able to tell that right away. This indicates marsh, right? It's under the water. This grows above the surface. This is Cyclothene purpurea, variation bicolor, purple vein. You can tell that the leaves curl on purple vein. You'll tell it right away. This is Trapa natans, or water chestnut. He does not show this section underneath every single leaf. It'd be a waste of ink and space. But here he is showing the part that makes the plant float above the surface. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and type in petiole. Okay, so here we have, this is perfect, India Flora Online. Here we have the swollen petioles. Here we have the more jagged, right? Way more jagged than the other images of the leaves. You've got the swollen petioles, okay? You have that. Now, these petioles also exist just under the flower, not just the leaves. There we have that. It's Trapa natans. Here we have Cercium veritum, or occidente. Apologize for the noise. This is another form of rheum, similar to rheum nobilis. This is rheum austral. This is Angelica archilendrica, or wild celery, from Nepal. This is Syngonium podophyllum, or arrowhead vine. There's a lot of discussion on its naturalization in India. This is Chinese musa, or banana plant. This is one of the very first I ever identified, other than star anise. And I will show you this one. This is interesting. Basically, again, he's cut off the top of it. That's why it's like that. The brown, of course, represents the seed. And here we have the Chinese musa. He's just cutting off the top of this. And Chinese musa is one of the few banana plants that do not grow bananas. So basically what he's doing, he's drawing the stalk just as one simple thin line. He's not drawing all this extra stuff. This is Himalayan marsh pennywort. This is Indian snake root right here, and then valerian. Everybody knows what valerian is. And you can double check on the valerian root. It looks exactly like this. This is variegated nymphoid cristata, another aquatic plant. This is taro. It's giant elephant ear taro. And you can this is the fruiting stage. You can see this above the ground with the leaves. This is curcuma, specifically Gingerbera officinale. Typically what you buy in the grocery store, ginger powder. This is knotweed, or Polygonum caspidatum. This is chameleon plant. I'm going quickly over these because you can find these on your own. They're not as interesting. This is comfrey, sea onion, aromatic ginger. You can see the red roots growing up, the nodules. This here, he's showing it's extended, but in fact, if you look at the plant, this is not extended. I don't know why he did this. I really don't. He could have just withheld drawing this whole part and just putting these there, but hey, I'm not the artist, so. This is a giant fleabane. You can see the giant sepals in images elsewhere. This is balloon vine. This is monkey letter vine, okay, Bauhinia, but it's also Phanera. It's often in Vietnam, Laos, all of those areas, Southeast Asia. Okay, but the more important part is the animal in this section. And you thought we were going to just talk about plants. So, we're going to talk about the animals. They are called caecilians. And you guys, thank you for sticking with me thus far. So, we're going to talk about the caecilians, not Sicilians from like Sicily. These are amphibians. They're obviously related to axolotls because they never get out of their nymph stage. So this is liana vine, aka monkey ladder, aka snake climber. And here we have the image of the animal in question. And I'm going to go ahead and pull it up on where'd it go? I accidentally exited out of it. Okay. Alright, so here we have folio 49 recto, and here we go. This is the animal in question. This is not a snake. You don't see a tapered tail, none of it. This is not a snake. This is amphibian. So, we already know where liana vine exists. Okay, Southeast Asia, the very, very southernmost part of Southeast Asia. Vietnam, Laos, all of that, right? And here we have the terrestrial and the aquatic version of the animal in question, and that is Ichthyophis. Now, the reason why he has dots listed here is it shows there's these little dots, like these little points, and you can see them if you like peel back the scales or whatever. It's where the slime comes out, so that they're slippery, right? Their skin is protected. So this is a vestigial tail, okay? You can see that here. They also have little tentacles, and actually I think that's what he's depicting here, not just the mouth per se.
So that is where, that's the animal in question. Oh, thank you, Big Red. Thank you, Big Red. I appreciate it. You have a good night, too. You're more than welcome to look on Amazon. It's the Voynich Manuscript, the Cipher, and the Compendium. And on academia.edu, I have extraneous papers on there as well. But I will definitely see you again. Thank you so much. So this is where we have the Kingdom of Dali, which is where he spent a lot of time in Yunnan, China, in this general area, because Tibet is literally right here. Okay, so the type of sour rigpa, which is Tibetan healing that he's practicing, is from the Amdo region, which is right here. And so he went from Dali down the Red River to where these animals are. And so far, they're only found in the Mandi village. So far. But I've realized that wildlife conservationists have not checked the areas where the liana vines are growing. So, the Voynich manuscript helps determine where they should be looking next. They should be looking for liana vines and digging there for these animals, because they're very hard to find. They've only been able to find them 2 species, and this one is in only the Mandi village. A village. That's it. So, there's that. Here we have Dioscorea, or wild yam. You can see the roots there, and you'll be able to find that elsewhere. This is Carduus nutans, or musk thistle. This is a little different because it has undulating leaves. This is Salceria alpina, or alpine saltwort. It appears to be one flower, but in fact is several flowers together. This is Rothica serrata, formerly known as Clerodendrum serratum, beetle killer. This is Indian sandalwood. Everyone should know what that is. Indian sandalwood. This is blue gentian, specifically scabra, which makes you wonder, did he go all the way to Japan? Because scabra is Japanese. We already know that he found Japanese spotted laurel. Now, that doesn't mean he went to Japan. It could just mean that he went to the eastern coast of China, because all of those grow there as well. This is a fern from the Valley of Flowers. This is stinging nettle. I have personal experience with this plant, and I hate it. This is a well-known textile crop in Nepal to this day. This is hydropepper, or water pepper. This is Blackstonia perfeolata, native to Persia. One of the very few perfeolata plants anywhere. This is Apios fortunei, Apios or groundnut. There's some in America, but there's also a lot in Yunnan. I think this is one that is not found yet in Yunnan. This is Japanese hops, beer. This is clove tree from the Banda Islands. That shows he went all the way to Banda. If not, came into contact with it through a regular trade route. But I do believe, considering everything, that he probably just went out there. And this is the most important tree, which helps us date it. Okay. So that means he wrote this tree in 1423 because this is bamboo. It's not a palm tree. It's a bamboo tree. Okay, and this specific species flowers only every 48 years, and we already know the years that it flowers in. So I just worked my way back,
And it only landed in one spot between 1400 and 1450. And that's 1423. So now we know that the Voynich manuscript was written around 1423. So the Voynich manuscript, aka Liber Talis, the Book of Suchness, which is divided in two sections, the Codex Consularium Aster and the Curatorium, was written around 1423 in Dali, Yunnan, China, which was a Tibetan Buddhist kingdom. Here we have okra. Can you believe it? Just okra. I love okra. Absolutely love it. This is from the Horn of Africa. So there are more than several species from the Horn of Africa, which means he spent quite a bit of time there. This is Malva sylvestris, or common mallow. This is star anise. This is one of the first I identified. It literally says Olei anise sideris aquarius. This is Himalayan fleabane. And here we have the Wongbok cabbage I was talking about earlier. Because Folio 66 Recto, which is the one that talks about the Liber Talis, is right after this one. Here we have Centaria montana, or mountain knapweed. This is Java cassia from the island of Java, right here. This one is Rotula aquatica. Okay, first plant, this one, Atocarpus, breadnut or breadfruit. Most likely breadnut. Here we have green radish. I'm sorry, red meat radish. It's green on the outside. This is mimosa tree in the sapling stage. And here we go. Salad, you guys. Someone had mentioned salad a long time ago, but this actually is salad. It's erica or arugula, also called garden rocket. This one is fun for me because I'd been looking at this going, I have seen this somewhere a million times over. Like I was for certain. I knew I had seen it somewhere. I was driving around and I had already knew I found viola bicolor that way. So I kept driving around and I was like, oh my God. And I stopped. And sure enough, it's in front of a business. And it's hydrangea. So, and hydrangea is Chinese. Southern China, Yunnan. So we have a Tibetan Buddhist kingdom in the southern Chinese area of Yunnan. Here we have the mountain ash tree. This is Ginkgo biloba. And you can see the Ginkgo biloba actually has spines. Oops. On its roots. So you can see he quickly does. He doesn't draw the whole entire trunk all the time. Because I didn't realize this tree grew this big. And there you have it, the spiny structure of the roots of Ginkgo biloba. It's what he's drawing in the manuscript. Here you see it again. There, all these little dots are little spines. But especially right here. see that here. All right, so this is Patomageton, or Patomageton, Genton. I love this one because at first glance you would think these are the roots, but they're not. The roots are actually down below this point. These are actually the dead leaves. And he was actually very, very articulate in his depiction of these dead leaves. Let me tell you why. All right. Okay, so '94. All right. So, do you see how there are these little grooves in here, little pockets? I'm going to show you Patomageton. Hopefully I can find the images right away. Let's see. But there are grooves in these leaves. I believe possibly because the fish are probably eating them, but that's just my own little theory. But he is depicting a real world happening. I don't want to spend quite a bit of time trying to find it, but I found it on the last live, so worst case scenario, I'll just have to look on the last live that I did. Okay, well, I'm not spending too much time finding it, but I did find it on the last one. And it was something that I hadn't noticed before, actually. And it really excited me because it matches perfectly with what he is depicting. So. Alright. And then we have Moneywort in the center. Oh, thank you, Amy. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is also called Brahmi. This you'll see in a lot of aquatic, like aquariums. Like you can go in the store and find these. This is Hangwana Malayana. These are unfurled sheaths. Like apparently there's a lot of seeds in here, from what I could understand. This one is interesting. This is Moringa oleifera, or horseradish tree. The roots taste just like horseradish. Now, when you're looking at these, you're like, oh, it's one whole leaf. But they actually are not. There are multiple leaves. He's just drawing them very quickly. And always check the roots. If you look at the roots, you're like, oh, that's it. That's definitely it. If you have any doubt, just look at the roots, like actual pictures. So here's aconitum. Yes, aconite is technically toxic. Wolf's mane. But if you cook it right, apparently it won't kill you. Don't ask me how. And don't try these things. Don't try these at home, right? This is poor man's ginseng. Literally called that. Yes, poor man's ginseng. Conopanopsis pilosula. Hopefully I'm not butchering that one. That was always hard for me to say. And here's the last one. Piper nigrum, or black peppercorn. Yes, the one you use when you eat your delicious dinner in the evening. Isn't moringa one of the most nutritious and underrated edible plants? I do not know much about it. I have no idea, actually. Which is why I'm going to come out with the curatorium books next. And I'm coming out with the books not as one whole work for the whole curatorium, because that would take too long. Because I'm not just about further describing the identification, rather it's more about the historical aspect and everything else, the Sour Rikpa behind it, because it's Tibetan. There's a lot. I'm going to have like 5 to 10 pages per plant. So I've divided it per ordinal pagination. So you guys have heard me talk about that earlier, okay? But I'm going to explain it finally now. Okay, so we have the folio ordinal indices, okay? What he does is he puts the ordinal pagination on the very last page of each section, not the beginning. So we've got primus, the first, right? Primus, Latin for first, on folio 8 verso. So let's go to 8 verso. Oops. Sorry. V. Okay. Yeah. I like how for the most part they all land on the plants I like the most. I think that's funny. So this is primus. Pri. This is a P with a macron, and then M, and then a 9 for US. So this is primus. Yay, I have a green thumb and do private gardening for the elderly. But when it comes to formal plant names, I would call them all George or Bob. Oh, that's so cute. LOL, seem generic. I like that. I'm autistic, so that really resonates with me. I love it. I absolutely love it. That's great. I have caught banana spiders and like cute little jumping spiders, and there's some other things I've caught that are non-spidery. But different little things, and I'll call them like Fred or Frank, you know, all like one syllable names, you know, syllable names. I was just kidding with the pronunciation there, but yes, George and Bob. I love it. It's beautiful. Love it. Thank you for sharing. All right, so primus. Here we have pre and then moose. Primus. And for some reason that reminds me of that, what's that TikTok video where he's like feeding a venomous lizard in the pet store a banana. And he's like, oh my gosh. And he's feeding it. And he goes, what's your name? And he's like, Vino Moose. How you doing, Vino Moose? Right? Venomous. You call them I love it. Fantastic. So this is Primus. It is the last page of Primus, which is the section for the first hour after dawn. Now, when you say hour in medieval times, it doesn't always mean an exact 16-minute time block. It's any time period. Remember, ora, hour, could mean just time. Okay, so Primus is the very first time block right after dawn. That's Primus. And then after that, Secundus, Tertius, Quartus, Quintus, Sextus, Septimus, Octavus, Nonas, Decimus, Undecimus, Duodecimus, Quatuordecimus, Quindecimus, Septimidecimus, Undevecimus, that's so hard to say, and then Vicesimus. There we go. Alright, so it goes all the way to 20. It skips 13, 16, and 18. Now, those are important numbers. in Christian theology, 13 was unlucky, so let's skip that one. But in Tibetan Buddhism, 13 and 16 were auspicious, but they represented completion. So those weren't included because, well, 13 and 16 are not the completion of the process. So he excluded those. Now, just realized he didn't even mention 18. So I'm not quite sure why he did that yet. I'm trying to figure that one out. Excuse me for a moment. Alright, I apologize for that. Okay, so we have ordinal pagination, which is not the same as the typical pagination, which is folio 66R, 66 verso, right? Recto verso, right? So we've got this separate pagination at the bottom. And I'll give you more examples directly so you can see it visually, because of course that helps. Alright, so we've got 8V. We already know about that one. We're going to go to 16V. Okay, and then 24V. So this is not 29. It's not meant to be read as 29. This is secundus. Secund for the 2, and then us, the 9. Okay, then 24, we have the same, it's the same pattern. Okay. Tertius. Tertius. And then, because I can't remember things, I'm going to go back. Then we got 32 and 40. Did I click on it? Oh, that's why. Okay, quartius. Remember this symbol represents qua. Okay, so quart, and then us. Quartus, quartius. And then we're going to go with quint. Actually, we're going to go with sept because we already know what these. We're just going to go straight on to sept because we've been talking about septus, the 7, the Pleiades, the medicine Buddhas. Okay. 56 of V. Notice that all these are on verso for the most part. Septus is the upside down V for 7. Septus. Septi mus. Here, I'm going to skip to this. Again, the most important roundel in all of the manuscript, folio nonas. Okay, this is not a 5. It is an N with a macron on top. N with a swoosh with a macron on top. And he does this because there is another nonus in the pagination.
So he's trying to differentiate the folio of the no-nas, this, from the regular no-nas in the rest of the pagination. See, here we have no-nas, but before it, 2 pages before, in that respect, they have that there. Oops, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that. Really? Alright, there you go. Alright, so it goes all the way to the Vesissimus, which is all the way into the Codex Constellarium Auster. Okay? So these are temporal markers about the process. It is not a physical marker in the sense of going through the pages. Rather, it's temporal, time bound. Just like we said here, the law of time, right? Tempus lex, which is right here. There we go. Here is tempus lex. L is right here. X is right there. E is right there. Tempus lex. This is tempus. So the law of time, the Kala Chakra wheel of time, is this. The Voynich manuscript is called the Liber Talus. Okay, we can see that here on folio 66R in Tyronian notes as well, because he uses Tyronian notes to represent the most special aspect of the words. Here we have Liber and then Talus. This is the name of the Voynich manuscript, Liber Talus, the Book of Suchness. Let me know if you can hear me. From my end, you can. I want to make sure that you can. So now we have the Liber Talus, the Book of Suchness. It's starting to make sense, I hope. We've got all of the plant identifications. It consistently points to a Far East voyage through Persia, through the Himalayan arc, down from the Red River to Hanoi, all the way through Java, Borneo, Sumatra, the Banda Islands, and wow, believe it or not, Australia, and then all the way back again up through India, probably Sri Lanka again, to the Sea of Reeds or the Red Sea, the Horn of Africa, and all the way back home to Switzerland. So that is his journey there. Of course, we've only been really talking about electuaries, right? The olive oil and the crushing of the seeds. But there's also the elixir aspect. We really haven't gotten to that much. And that is the tea concoction that he would make, right? So elixirs are teas. That's literally all it is, are teas. And let's see here. We've got all of these other. You're more than welcome to read these. You can purchase the book on Amazon. It's called The Voynich Manuscript, the Cipher and the Compendium. I have several papers from 2024 and 2025 uploaded into here. The main body of work being from 2024. So since we've gone over the pagination, here let's briefly go over it. It makes it easier. The master list of the folio
page names. Okay, so here we have the folio nonus, the page of the nones, which is the Kala Chakra wheel, the wheel of time, the tempus lex. Okay, then we have the folio aqua, okay, the page of humors. So the four humors were often described as liquids, right, or waters. So that is why it's called folio aqua. But they represent the four humors of the body. And then you have the folio essentia, the page of essence. Okay, hot, dry, cold, wet. But if you look deeper into the secret Kala chakra, it's something else. So, folio amene is the page of dawn. Folio olei is the page of oils. Folio curae, the page of cures. Folio sororum, the page of the sisters, which is the paired elements and everything involved with that. Then you have the folio Isus, because it drops the J. He doesn't say Jesus, he says Isus, which is the page of Jesus. Okay, and Jesus is associated with the medicine Buddha, and Mary with Tara. So then we have folio aster curatios, the page of star cures. Folio aster, the page of stars. Folio ani, the page of the year, which is the entire zodiac, right? Folio astrologicos. This is the celestial map that everyone refers to. And then you have folio ani aster, the page of the year's star. Folio aster ort aqua, the page of the birth humor star, or the star's birth humor. Folio aster aqua, the page of the constellation star's humor. And then folio creatiorum, the page of the creations. Creati. Okay. And at the very end, this part is not included in the pagination, in the ordinal pagination, because it is a reference list, and that's why. It's not part of the main process. It's just a reference page. And these are the page of diseases. So here we have the master list of the page names. This is an open letter I decided to write, I would say today, because it's I haven't gone to sleep yet, so today. Requesting the multispectral imaging of folio 78V, which depicts the medicine Buddha underneath the blue paint. And so I am wanting actual official confirmation of this. So this is the open letter I've written to Yale. I'll let you read it briefly. Okay, so let's go on to the next part.
Okay, so we definitely have something interesting going on with the ordinal pagination. I thought it was so strange that there was two different sets, and now I understand why. It talks about the pages that are listed in the master list, talking about the sisters in between, the sisters of said page. He's using the analogy of sisters to create the relationship between each folio and each plant and each oil and each star, to show the pairing of each one of them. Here is what I call the sunrise and the moonrise table. Basically, the sun is blue. No, sorry. The moon is blue here and the sun is blue here to represent they're underneath the horizon. They are hidden. That's why there's less stars here because the sun is up versus more stars visible here because the moon is up. Lots of information on Kala Chakra and the lineage of the Kala Chakra, who might have taught him, all of that stuff is in the book. Lots of other translations are in the book. Lots of notes on context. Here's another note, a major note on context, the sisters and the humors, which I just mentioned. Here he says soror enum a lot. The sister being, and then he'll say the relational object to the subject in question. So let's say he's talking about Rum nobilis, right? The plant Rum nobilis. He would say, let's just say the exact same phrase. Okay, let's say the sanguis, the humor sanguis was related to Rum nobilis. He would say soror enum sanguis to Rum nobilis, right? So then we know that the relational humor, the sister, the relational humor is sanguis to Rum nobilis. And then later on we could say, I'm still not quite sure about the fixed stars, about what stars are which, but I'm figuring that out. Let's say Aldebaran is the star associated with sanguis, okay? So now we have a trail, right? We have Rum nobilis being the sister of sanguis. And then we have the sister of sanguis being Aldebaran, right? So then we have those ties together, okay? And then we can figure out the elements, which are the 5 elements of Tibetan Buddhism, which is the one thing I have not gone over yet. All right. This will probably pop up a lot just because I have the Latin version of elementus elementum. So I should probably put an S here. One second. All right. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. You don't have to be quiet. You're more than welcome to ask questions. I do apologize. The PDF takes a long time to search. What's happening? Oh, perfect. Here we go. Okay, so here we have the 5 elements of Tibetan Buddhism. Okay. Air, water, space, fire, earth. Earth is represented as seeds here in the Voynich manuscript. Air, water, blue, space, fire, earth. The 5 elements of the Voynich manuscript, which is also Tibetan Buddhism. So here I'll read a brief description of the translation on that page. Folio 88 recto. It says the oil determines through the elements. This is the cause. The humor governs. They are humor, the humor. The stars, the rising of the oil, and the humors of the oil. The sister being the cure is the same as that of the electuary from the herb. So here we have the association where he's not even using sisterhood to describe it, but he's being very direct. The sister being the cure is the same as that of the electuary from the herb. The sister being the same cure, for I heal according to that kind I create, indeed the highest kind to which the electuary belongs. And the humor of the cure is the same throughout the elixirs of the folios created by the star. The cure shall be, that folio determines it. It determines the seed for the star, and the rising at dawn, and the stars. This calendar determines it. The labor of the elixirs is appointed, and the origin of the same elixirs to whom its essence assigns it. That same folio, or same page. Since the stars determine it, it is assigned to whom it is the same, right? To whom meaning the patient. Also, in that same folio, through the created ones, right? Creationem, the folio of creation. So when he says the created ones, he's referring to the end result, the end product of the electuaries and the elixirs. And to whom also the essence of the created sisters, encircles and determines to whom the elixirs belong or belong to whom the elixirs of the stars belongs, with the same rising or the same origin, yet for whom also the elixirs this is what the celestial creation appoints, with the same folio, truly the cures and the stars. So this whole passage, he's trying to explain that the cures and the stars are sisters to each other. They have to go hand in hand. So the folios of the cures and the folios of the asters or the stars go hand in hand. So, as I'm translating, it's making sense contextually, right? But when you think about it, you're going to have to go through it and flip pages and go back and back and forth and back and back and forth to really try to grasp what it's saying, as far as the process goes. So that's kind of difficult, but it's possible. It just takes some time. Because it's not like saying, oh, go to ordinal pagination, blah, 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 or go to page 66 recto and da-da-da-da-da. He could have easily done that, but obviously he would not do that because he is trying to keep this subject matter secret. So here I have a little bit of description of lunar mansions, things like that. I go through the red ink roundel. There's lots of other translations I've done in here. Let me try to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Oh, here we go. Perfect example of forgetting something. So this is the 8 auspicious symbols in Tibetan Buddhism, or Buddhism in general, really. But of course, this is revolved around Tibetan Buddhism, so we'll stick with that. Here is the parasol, These are all symbols hidden within, okay? They're in plain sight, obviously, but you won't know it until you know what you're looking for. Okay, so this is the parasol, right? The umbrella. You can see the little pokey thing in the center. Okay. I did not put anything for treasure vases because they are pervasive. No pun intended. In the manuscript, the bumpas and the sunokes. The Dharma wheel is the folio astrologicos, or the celestial map. Here we have the two fish. This is the endless knot right here from the European perspective. This is the lotus flower here, but these are also lotus petals here. This is the golden banner. I had often wondered about this for quite some time. The Phoenician... Oh, hi. The Phoenician beam press for olives having been found dated over 1000 years BC. The artist of the ladies barefoot pressing is weird. I'm interested in what you're saying. You're more than welcome to expound on that. I'm interested in your explanation. I apologize for the delay. I didn't realize you had said anything. Okay, so this is the golden banner, and what I couldn't figure out. I was like, why in the world? What is going on here? Like, what is the purpose? Why waste the extra ink, right? And then I realized, oh, it's a banner because literally it looks like one, right? And that's what it is. It's the golden banner. Here is the conch shell, and she's literally there's literally a dual purpose here. She's doing both things that monks are known to do with the conch shell in Tibetan Buddhism, and that is blow on it as a horn, but also use it as a tea scooper out of the bumpa lid. So in Tibetan Buddhism, you would invert the bumpa lid to make tea. Because the bumpas are sectional. You can separate them. And again, here's the chyatyas, the archways where the Buddha sits in, gateways to suchness. Here again, there. And here is the more, it looks more like folio 78V. There. Here you've got the dakinis, spirits, divine feminine spirit transmitting wisdom with their bangles. Here's the medicine Buddha underneath the blue paint. Right here, you can see it there. Here is the lapis lazuli gem. It's actually cut here in the image. See the yellow on the edges? Here you see the yellow on the edges. Rainbows are extremely important in Tibetan Buddhism, especially the color symbolism. Of course, you can see that reflected in the not the regalia. What's the word I'm looking for? In the clothing that they wear. All right, the robes. The red and the yellow, when mixed, represent orange. So red represents bravery, yellow humility, okay, and orange is the color of resilience. And that's this section of the rainbow here. Here's another rainbow of green and blue. These inadvertently represent the oils, olive oil and the others, okay? But they also represent this. Green represents peace, fearlessness, and accomplishment. Here again we have the dakinis, the ribbons with the tiara and the staff. And you see that here, we got a staff,
they're wrathful here, which is not unheard of in Tibetan Buddhism. You have their bangles, the tiaras, and the blue ribbons, and of course they're disrobed, so that makes sense there. Here, I didn't really discuss this as details that I would like, and this is foliate 82 recto, folio 82 recto. This is what he calls the folio of Jesus, folio Isus. Okay, and that is here. This is extremely important, okay? We already know that the Voynich manuscript is called Libertalis, the Book of Suchness. And that is because it revolves around Kala Chakra Tantra, which is the highest form of Tibetan Buddhism. So on the surface level, it looks Christian. On the deeper meaning, slightly deeper meaning, we start recognizing that it is Tibetan Buddhist, okay? But then you start realizing that the whole entire document represents inner, outer, and secret Kala chakra. Okay. And I'll write a paper further on that concept in the next week or so. So here we have Mary, Jesus imagery, but at the same time, it's representing the transmission of Kala Chakra wisdom in Tibetan Buddhism. Okay? This is the flower of suchness, but it is the double Vajra. Okay? This is a double Vajra represented as a flower. But now I realize it's because it's the flower of suchness. So all of these things are actually piecing beautifully together as I go along. And and it's blue because it represents the radiant light of the king of lapis lazuli, which is the medicine Buddha. So it is attached to the star of Jesus, right? When he was born, the Star of Bethlehem, right? So, and it's blue to represent the Buddha, right? Lapis lazuli. But what's interesting is that in folio 66R, as I discussed in the translation, it is referenced as the star of Jesus is referenced as the star of suchness. So even more now, we have the correlation of the Star of Bethlehem attaching itself to and meaning to suchness, which is Vajrayana. Excuse me. Vajrayana, right? And then here we have Mary, because she has a blue veil, right? So in European belief, Christian belief, she has a blue veil, so we can tell that this is Mary. Okay. But at the same time, she is also Tara, the mother of all Buddhas. Okay, she's the mother of the Buddha, of all Buddhas, especially medicine Buddha, right? And she is transmitting the wisdom to the Vajra, to the star, to the olive oil swaddled Jesus who is laying in the Bumpa lid. The Bumpa lid is the cradle that he is laying in. So she's in her own Bumpa lid, right? There's the spade. And you'll see this in other images of Sunoke Bumpa lids. And here, right, this cross, it's a cross. It's meant to be a cross. But it's also an electuary vessel. That's why you can see this edge here. So she is literally transmitting the wisdom of suchness, of Vajrayana, to the baby Jesus, who is actually, technically, the medicine Buddha. you have to remember that the Voynich manuscript outwardly is supposed to be Christian, right? For protection purposes. To protect the content, to protect the person who wrote it. You have to remember what he was going back to after he was done traveling. And he would have had to take his bodhisattva vows, refuge, right? And kala chakra vows, all of these things in order to get to this point. And so coming back to Europe as a Christian monk and knowing all of these things would have been excommunication, right, for him. So here we have Mary and Jesus imagery on the surface level, but it is actually Tara and Medicine Buddha imagery. Okay. Again, here's the olives. If anybody has any questions for me, feel free to ask. I know I'm kind of yammering away, but here's some zodiac. Everyone's familiar with the zodiac symbols and all of that cool stuff. So here's October. Okay, and each one of these represents each day. And there are 4 variations of the stars / flowers. And they represent how you can like reference them to the humors and the illness and stuff. So when you look up a birth date, you're like, oh, that's that star. I know what part of the foliosis to look into. So basically what you do is you look at this. Right, see how the differences? Okay. You would take note of how the star / flower looked because they are associated, right? In more ways than one. And then you would go back to foliosis, which is all the text that's boring, right? This is this first page of the foliosis. And you see the stars? Okay, but they're also flowers. See? So he's visually encoding the steps through the illustrations on the next step. So he looks at the birth date and goes, oh, okay, I can see the symbolism for that, which is whatever star, flower, shape I'm looking at next to the woman, and then I'm going to go find it on here. But all of this looks great, right? It all looks like just a really nifty herbal associated with some stars. Big whoop, right? Cool medieval medicine, blah, blah, blah. But if you look further into it, it is a lot deeper than that. Okay, so from my realization that the name of the Voynich manuscript is the Liber Talis. So that's not up for question, not up for debate on what it says. We all know what, if you're a scholar, you know what Tyronian notes are, okay? No question, right? Layman, understandable if you don't, so that's why I'm here explaining this. Liber Talis is very straightforward. I'm going to show you again. And I actually have the Tyronian notes up for you. I'm going to show you that really briefly so you understand. I'm not just pulling things out of thin air. I can't believe I didn't notice this before. Look how muddled it looks. I can kind of see why, right? It was right here the whole time, right? Liber Talis. Liber meaning book, and then Talis meaning such. So book of suchness. And suchness is a Tibetan Buddhist term. Okay, book of suchness. Right there. Thank you. I must like totally misspoke your name. Snack Squatch. Like, you're talking about like Sasquatch, but snacks? Because you're both speaking my language, either or. I love crypto, like, not just crypto like money, but cryptology like ciphers, and also like unforeseen supposed animals that exist but don't. Cryptoids. All right. I was going somewhere with this. I had a flow, and then I was like, let me look up Libertalis, and I lost my train of thought. All right. So, the Voynich manuscript is called Libertalis, the Book of Suchness. So the more and more, there we go. I know what I was talking about. Okay. So the deeper and deeper that you go, you can read, right? You can read the flower cures such and such, right? That's the flower does something. That's the herbal aspect. It's very straightforward. But if you realize what the flower represents in Tibetan Buddhism, it's completely different. So, in other pages of the manuscript, the author of the Voynich manuscript describes how the cures go across these pathways. Right? So he describes how they go across these pathways on folio 66 recto, which is this one, which is why he mentions it over here in the first place, I think. So I've translated all of this. Okay, I'm not going to go over all the details yet, but I will. Actually, no, wait. I'm sorry. No, I translated this earlier in the live, like 6 hours ago. I apologize. So it talks about the pathways, and there are pathways and it says Folios Astrologicos in this section. Now, Folio Astrologicos, again, is the celestial map right here. Okay, this is the Folios Astrologicos. These are the pathways. I literally have been calling them pathways forever and a day because what else are they? They're paths or pathways, right? That's literally what they're called. They're called ambitus, circuits or pathways. The ambitus of the Folio Astrologicos. And he talks about how the pathways are for suchness. This literally is a representation of suchness. So these are all parasols, Tibetan Buddhist parasols, which are actually on top of pagodas as well. And they are in here as well. Pagodas are in here as well with the parasols on top. You just have to zoom in a lot. So here we have the entire cosmological map of suchness. Okay, and suchness is a term in Tibetan Buddhism that describes the ultimate reality of what everything actually truly is. Not the role you play in your life, whether it be mother, father, child, friend, all of those things that you label yourself and that others also label you, okay, are surface level ideas. They're labels that are very, what's the word? Temporal. Actually, that's funny that I would say that. They're very temporal. They don't last very long, right? So he's trying to lead the patient not just from a physical healing of a sickness, but rather an inner contemplation of the self, and then leading from that point to the idea that the self is not real, in the sense that everyone is the same. We all come from the same thing, therefore we should have compassion toward everyone. And so that is what this is about. This is literally Tibetan Buddhism. It's Tibetan Buddhism, hidden under a layer of Christian syncretism. And I'm just super excited. I'm almost done. I'm halfway through what I've called the Curatorium Primus. Okay, it's the ordinal pagination of Primus, all the way to Folio 8 Verso. All the plants there, and I'm going to include all the historical aspects of the plants, what they're good for inside Rigpa, all of that stuff. So, and then I'll publish that, and then I'll continue on to the next one, which will be Secundus. Please feel free to ask questions. I've been yammering on forever. Here is the Garden of Eden, right here. This is Paradiso. And here we have the word for ortus, or garden, or rising, or origin. It all means the same thing. For garden, you just drop the H, which you already did, so that's why it makes it easy to mesh it into the regular ortus. Alright. Oh gosh, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Alright, so does anybody have any questions for me? Before I end the live, I think I've pretty much gone through everything for the most part. Alright, so let me know if you have any questions. Oh, you're absolutely welcome. Any questions? You'll have to forgive me for a minute. Can you give me a few minutes? Okay. How often do I go live? Every other day. I took a long break from deciphering and like the. I don't even say deciphering or decoding. I'd say translating at this point. Translating, and then I just started up like a week and a half ago. So, um, honestly, I've been focusing on it quite a bit every day now. I mean, it's it's never ending, never ending, and it's great. Love it. I just there's so many cool things about it. Yes, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've got the general idea down. Um, but there's always something surprising. More and more, like it's such a deep um, practice. I mean, think about it. Tibetan Buddhism is very deep in and of itself. It's so the more I unravel, the more I realize how much the author of the Voynich Manuscript actually knew about Tibetan Buddhism. He would have to, because this is the most advanced form of Kala Chakra, the most advanced form of Tibetan Buddhism. So of course he would have to know that. So it's really neat. For example, and you're more than welcome, just take this little tidbit of information. When he says Samen, the German word, the only German word that exists in the entire manuscript so far, it's for seeds, right? But a seed in Tibetan Buddhism is bija, B-I-J-A, and it represents the actual potential essence, both in disease and cure. And it's just, there's just so, it's a lot. It's quite a bit. I'm still trying to unravel all of that. But it's quite interesting. Very much so. But when you unravel that's just the outer layer, right? The inner layer is seeing the terms that he's using, like, and it becomes symbolism, right? The flower, the seed, all of that becomes symbolism for the inner person. And then when you realize that's what he's doing, for literally it lays on top of Tibetan Buddhist philosophy exactly. It creates a whole nother layer of meaning. And then even more, the concept of suchness, and going deeper in that layer and going to the quote-unquote celestial map, which is what we're seeing here, it talks about suchness. That's literally the liberation of a human soul from samsara, or like being rebirthed into this world over and over again, or other worlds over and over again, and never being liberated from the suffering. So that's what this map is about, is how to liberate yourself from that suffering. So this whole book is really about that. And that's why he calls it the Liber Talis. It's the book of suchness, because suchness is not just about plants. It's not just about healing your body. It's about healing your person, your whole person. And therefore allowing your whole person to be delivered from suffering. Yes, absolutely. It is surprising. It really is. I never thought ever in a million days that it would even lead me to this point, but it is. It is very Buddhist in every way. So, I actually have other papers on the architectural aspects. This is actually architecture here. This is a parasol. If you look up parasols, you'll see the edges the same way in gold, actually. These are gold little hangings.
Just look up pagoda parasol. Okay. These are the 6 pillars of suchness here. I can't remember the name right now off the top of my head. These are actually round cylindrical tiles. These are also tiles on a lot of Tibetan Buddhist temples and houses in the kingdom of Dali. Jumping like frogs? No. No jumping like frogs. Oh gosh. I've got to catch up. Regarding insufficient instruction, there is only pages missing. Approximately 30. No, there's not 30 pages missing. I think there is a couple. One in the folio osis, and then another one elsewhere. Hold on. Alexandria, David Neal's she left her money, husband, and nice life to go be a nomadic elder in Tibet. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look her up. You mentioned her before. Definitely want to look her up. Alexandria David Neal. Are there any vague references to jumping like frogs? No. I think it was in the 1920s or so. Okay. It gives you a deep dive into Tibetan Buddhism and the cultures and beliefs. Amazing. Did your studies in life lead you to this book? I'm curious how you arrived here. Okay, so I have been interested in anthropology since I was 7 years old. So I studied in my own time since I was 7. I would literally read encyclopedias for fun. That was my idea of fun. I didn't have very many friends, so I would come home from school and I would read the encyclopedia. And I would read the Bible because why not, right? And it went from trying to study the Hebrew text to trying to make my own languages, and because Tolkien, right? And it kind of just went from there. I just have a huge passion for the humanities and anthropology, and my major is in anthropology. I switched it to criminal justice, and all this bull crap happened, and I'm switching it back to anthropology again because I've always wanted to do that since I was a child. I might as well get that done. But that's just a piece of paper. That's just to prove to others quickly, right, that I have done something. Here's a piece of paper really quick. Boom, I can do it. Right? Instead of them having to sit there and wait and me show them everything for 7 hours at least. So, yes, anthropology background. But I also have a criminal justice background. And I love OSINT, which is related to criminal justice. It helps you figure out how to find people. So a lot of analytical background with pattern recognition, textual analysis, visual analysis. Here's another one. Body language. Big proponent on body language analysis, which is called nonverbal communication. So lots of things led me to here. But the most important part is that I just love a good mystery. I love history. I love anthropology and culture. It's always really neat to figure out where we came from and the things we tried to learn. So that's a good question. Alright, well, you guys have been wonderful, and I'm going to call it an evening, or early amene, early dawn, early morning. And I'm going to go ahead and end the live. I really appreciate your guys' time, and
course, I will see you again. It will be repetitive, but you'll get used to it. It'll help you learn how to read the Voynich manuscript. Really, its real name is Libertalis, and yeah, thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can respond in the community section of the channel. Let's see what else. You're more than welcome to reach out to me on academia.edu, and of course, you can buy my book on the Voynich manuscript, the cipher and the compendium, and that's on Amazon and ingramspark.com. So, absolutely. Thank you and good night. Good morning. All right. Thank you so much.